Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all. It's STARJUMP Shipyard. It is the first day of Defense Con. It's Drake Day, the only day that matters, actually, out of all of Defense Con. So there you go. Art knows it. Art feels it. Kraken's literally passing me by at the exact moment I said that. Telling you.
That's impressive. That's great timing.
Yeah.
Absolutely great timing.
The show's themed red today, everyone. It's, like I said, it's Defense Con. We're not messing around. I've been looking forward to this episode. It is nice to see all of you piling into chat as well, though. Really appreciate that. I know we got Killer Tank reached a 30 stream streak. Wow, amazing. I know we got some competition tonight. I know a lot of people are streaming. Big stream night for content creators and stuff like that. But for those of you showing up, want a little discussion, not so much gameplay, but some discussion, I'm here for you. Art's here for you. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff today, okay? We're going to talk about 4.8, Tactical Strike. We're going to talk all about Defense Con, Drake, Gray's Market, all that kind of good stuff, okay? But to get a few things right out of the way up top, like you know we do, okay? Like you know we do. Want to make sure to call out the sponsors, okay? I'm going to switch over. Let's go ahead and do our sponsors because they do support the show and they are supporting some giveaways, and we do sincerely appreciate that. Go support our boy over at iconcity.com. Use the code STARJUMP over there. Get a discount when you purchase some Icon packs for your Stream Deck or for a game. They're going to be offering up 32 key Elgato Stream Deck this month. We'll be doing over on Dadbar's channel. So make sure you go to iconcity.com. Use their product. They're awesome. Great people to work with as well, okay? Use the code STARJUMP over there. You won't be disappointed. Promise. Okay. Next, Pigeon Spaceport. PigeonSpaceport.com. Also giving us a raffle. $25. You can get a ticket for a physical Scorpius model from Pigeon Spaceport. So make sure you go and donate towards that raffle. Be doing that on the 31st of this month. You can also use the code STARJUMP over at PigeonSpaceport.com to get a discount on your order. These begin shipping in May. Okay. Last but not least, it's Beam Eye Tracker. Make sure you go over, give them a little business as well. They've got a really cool piece of software that does 6 degrees of freedom, eye tracking, head tracking, all that kind of good stuff. It works pretty darn good. I've been trying it out in Star Citizen. I enjoy it. Just put my affiliate link down there in chat. Do appreciate you using that link, though. I get a kickback, and it helps, goes right back into the show, help funds giveaways, all that kind of good stuff, okay? So try to go do that. I do appreciate it. All right. Now let's get to the big stuff. Twitch drops. Twitch drops are active. Yes, Twitch drops are active on this channel. If you're watching tonight and you watch for the full show, we'll probably hit the Twitch drops mark. It's 7. That means we'd have to go pretty late, later than we normally do. We'll see how we do. We'll see how we do, okay? But there's other streamers streaming for 57, 375 hours, whatever. You're going to get them, no problem, during Defense Con. All you got to do is watch 4 hours, though, and you get this really cool, what is this one called, though? It's the Tailwind Murray Cup flight suit and helmet. Again, this is your Twitch drop. So if you're watching on Twitch, a little bit extra there to go after. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't worry. It's the Ironclad giveaway tonight, people. We're giving away a Drake Ironclad. But yes, wanted to get that out right from the get-go. If you're here for the drops, yes, the drops are active on my channel. Yes, by watching, you get your drops credit, okay? Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool drop. I got the Drake one because I thought it was just plain out better. I'm just going to say it. But the Murray Cup is cool. The Murray Cup's cool.
Of course.
It is nice to see there's so many of you in chat too, by the way. Thank you for showing up. 127 on Twitch already and 97 on YouTube. That is amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Talked about the Twitch drops. Wanted to get that out of the way right from the get-go. Next, certainly not least, but the next thing we got to talk about is this bad boy. It is the IRONCLAD giveaway. We've been talking about it since the end of February.
I love it.
Okay, we've been talking about it since the end of February. I told you all I am giving away an Ironclad with 120 months insurance. I was not bullshitting you. We are giving away an Ironclad tonight. For those of you that over the past 2 months have watched streams, well, 2 or 3 months have watched streams, and I told you that you would get your extra percentage tickets, okay? You do have them. I will warn you, though, it doesn't show up as an extra percentage on your end, okay? Because it just counts what you've done through your web browser. When Gleam gives you your percentage, I'm entering all those extra tickets via an Excel document, okay? Via an Excel document. So if you've been watching the streams, all my streams for the last 3 months, every 30 minutes, you got an extra ticket. So a lot of you built up some extra tickets, okay? But all it takes is one. All it takes is one. So we're going to give this away at the end of stream. If you win, I'm going to get this to your account either later tonight or first thing in the morning. So you're not going to have to wait long to fly around in your new Ironclad if you win. Santa, thank you for that stretch and for the follow. Do appreciate it. We're doing good on our followers, everyone. We're at 8,666, the devil's number. So we're doing good. Ironclad giveaway. Get in on that. Now, it's not the only thing we're doing tonight. We are also doing a raffle drawing, and we're going to give away 3 Drake Clippers tonight. 3 of them. Okay? It's a $25 donation to the St. Jude Tiltify link. The Tiltify links are pinned to both chats. Make a $25 donation. Click on the Clipper raffle. Okay? And when we go to spin that wheel tonight, we're going to spin it 3 times, and 3 winners will be chosen. Okay? So if there's 30 people that have bought tickets and I spin it 3 times, you have a 1 in 10 chance essentially of getting it, right? So get in on it. But we have a lot of other raffles going on too. On the 20th, which is next Wednesday, we're raffling off a damn Tiburon. Have you all seen that thing in game? It's amazing. 27th, raffling off an Ironclad Assault. 31st, raffling off a Polaris. Not many tickets for that Polaris bought, by the way. I can tell you right now, if you buy a Polaris ticket, you have about a 1 in 10 chance of getting that thing right now. Okay, it's real good odds. If you buy $100, or if you donate $100 towards the STARJUMP St. Jude Tiltify link, you can get a Masters of Industry raffle or ticket. We're going to do that raffle drawing on the 31st as well on our closeout episode of Play Live. The Masters of Industry pack contains a Pioneer, an Arastra, a Hull B, a Golem, a Vulture, a Mole, a Reclaimer, and a Hercules. That's a mouthful. Blame GearCon. Blame GearCon. No, actually give GearCon a big 07. He's been absolutely amazing in offering up all these ships for the raffles for St. Jude. Obviously a very important cause for him. Seriously, offered up thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of ships for raffle. Okay. So big shout out to GearCon. Do sincerely appreciate it. Thank you very much. Buddha Baka says, STARJUMP Graham, I'm in Europe, and so the end of stream will be at 4 or 5 a.m., so it won't be to the end. Any way to confirm the raffle results? I post the raffle winners. I'll post the raffle winners. If it's someone who in stream that wins, I don't post them because everyone sees it. But if the person's not in stream, I usually do like announce it on Twitter and stuff. I'll make sure to announce this one, and you can always watch the VODs as well, Buddha. But don't worry, if you win, I'll be emailing you. You don't have to be here to win the raffle, okay? You don't have to be here to win the raffle. You also don't have to be here to win the Ironclad giveaway, okay? And that Ironclad giveaway is free to enter, by the way, so it's not part of the raffle.
And just so we're clear, it's it's the Fatter-Pillar Ironclad.
It's the Fatter-Pillar. It's not the Iron Chad.
It's not the Iron Chad.
Which, to be totally honest with you, the base Ironclads get some really nice features as well. The more I've been messing with it, I really, we'll get into this, but I do really like some of the differences CIG gave these 2 ships. And again, we'll get into that. So, and why I decided to keep both. So there you go. We've talked about the St. Jude stuff. We've talked about the Ironclad giveaway. We've talked about the Clipper raffles. We've talked about Twitch drops. Okay. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff happening on this episode. Okay. $180 donation from Ox. Thank you very much. $10 from Vera Says Hi, who just won recently. $25 from Ameltzy. Thank you very much as well. Okay, everybody. Okay. I think it's time to get into stuff. Oh, no, it's time to get into stuff. I'm going to stop holding this up. It's time to get into this. Okay. What's the first thing on our show notes? The first thing is going to be, we're talking about Alpha 4.8 tactical strike groups. Everyone, we're going to talk about the patch drop first, then we're going to talk about DefenseCon Okay, but it's a pretty significant patch and one I think worth talking about. Now, we're going to run through the page here, then we're going to watch the trailer. It is a really damn good trailer, one of their best, actually. So let's go ahead and do this. Oh, the bot is working. We'll hit up questions later in the show. If you want to get a question in, do question, the word question, the bot will pick it up. Okay, ask anything about 4.8, anything about Defense Con, the new ships, whatever you want, put it in there. Make sure you give your question some context, though. If you ask a question that's just off the cuff as we're speaking, but don't put what we were speaking about, then we won't know what the question is pertaining to, okay? So try to put a little context in there, but the bot is running, okay? All right. Alpha 4.8 Tactical Strike. Okay, we kind of knew this was the big selling point of this one. First, team up and take down. Assemble your strike force. It'll take fighters a clear path through hostile fighter bombers to silence defense turrets and dropships to deliver troops to the heart of the action. A capital ship will be your linchpin, keeping your force armed, fueled, and in the fight. So choose your best, call in your specialists, and rally your forces. Obviously, the big thing with Tactical Strike is the fact that it's bringing in a lot of different types of ships, and those ships have a role to play. But I got a question for you, Art, on this one. And Ohio Medic with $30 donation. Thank you very much, bud. Rough Gaming with $105 donation. 30 from Offset. We're going to have a lot of donations tonight, folks, and I'm going to call them all out. Appreciate that generosity.
We're going to have to do a lot.
We're going to have to do some beans real soon here. $25 from Keep It Secret. Hey, the beans are at the ready. That's going to be a fun night. Here's my question to you, and this is for you in chat as well. How do you all feel about an Idris, a refuel, repair, rearm Idris being in the scenario by default instead of needing to be supplied by the players? I'll go ahead and give you my opinion on this. I guess I was a little disappointed about that specific facet of the Tactical Strike groups. I do realize it opens it up to a lot more people and opens it up to orgs that don't have capital ships at the ready. I think what I would have preferred to see is that you could do it without a capital ship hangar services. It's just harder. I feel like by providing one, it sort of de-incentivizes the reason why you may take one specifically for the hangar services. I've talked to, again, a lot of people about this, and a lot of people disagree with me, saying, no, there's going to be a lot of people that play it that don't have those capital ships. And I can see both sides to that argument. I really can. But Art, I was curious on your thoughts about this.
My thing is this. I see where people are coming from. I think there was an opportunity to do some emergent gameplay. Mm-hmm. Great mug. All hail the Kraken mug. Yep. All hail the Kraken mug. No, there was a great way to give an additional kind of game loop in here, and they kind of missed out. I would have liked to have seen that you had to go in and you had to repair certain parts of that Idris.
Ooh.
To then allow it to do the rearm and repair.
That's it.
That would have been an easy thing to do. You're going to have to dedicate a guy or two to get in there real quick to repair stuff. You're going to have to carry the supplies, the RMC with you to do that, and those canisters. Repair it just to a little bit. I'm not asking for 10, 15 minutes. I'm asking for like maybe 2 or 3. Maybe put like 2 fuses in here, run down, repair this thing, and run over here and repair that. And guess what? Now it's opened that up. They've pulled the essential staff that were getting ready to handle that. They've pulled those essential staff back to their battle stations so they can focus on the turrets. So because of that, they now have at least 1 or 2 guys that are able to do the logistics for you and resupply you. And it was a missed opportunity.
I didn't think about that, and honestly, I think it's a big missed opportunity. Not only would that have added a whole other level to the Tactical Strike groups that wasn't even combat focused, it would have been like repair and engineering focused. It also could have been further testing on engineering gameplay. There could have been fires that broke out on the Idris, this, that, and the other. I think that actually would have been really, really cool. I know someone in chat, was it Raxia, said Graham TSG's first iteration feedback like everyone's will go a long way. I absolutely, and I hope that people give positive, constructive, helpful feedback to CIG, because again, I totally agree with you. I think this is that first iteration, which I'm okay with the Idris sort of being there and being your gas station there in this first iteration. I would love to see in the future, I'd love to see these instant scenarios though, where you could sort of select which version you wanted to pay or wanted to play, and they had different sort of payouts. But say there's a harder version where there is no capital ship in there to help you. You have to bring your own. You know what I mean? So meaning you have to crew it, you have to provide that stuff. Maybe there's a medium level one where there is, there is an Idris, but you got to repair it. And maybe there's an easy one where there's an Idris there, it's fully ready to go and damn near invulnerable. You know what I mean? So you have those services. I think something like that would have been really cool. Open it up to a lot more people. You give you a little bit of a gradient there on your reward. So I hadn't thought about that, Art, but I actually really like that idea. I think that'd be really cool. Now I think about it. And to be fair, it's called tactical strike groups. It is a very combat focused scenario, which I'm totally fine with. There could be an argument to be made from a lot of other people that, hey, forcing some sort of engineering, non-combat related thing into it is sort of upsets the balance, which I totally get. But again, I think that's maybe more argument in the future for tiers to this stuff. So
I'd counter that with engineering is combat.
Yeah, that's true.
Keeping your ship alive increases the amount of combat that you can do.
Yeah.
So by pushing that a little bit, it gives them more testing.
Yeah.
Which I think engineering needs a lot more testing. It's
Yeah.
really, it's a disappointment. I got a one of the org mates. He's like, I turned the coolers off, cranked everything into an Idris, and flew around for an hour, and I didn't have a single fire at all.
Right.
And it's just like,
well, yeah, Sergeant Perry says, devs did state that engineering broke too many things, so they held back a lot on it. I will say, I'm going to do an entire show around the engineering, the launch of engineering, what was promised, what we now have, what expectations should be.
I like it
for 1.0. Yeah, a post-mortem sort of thing. Because I will say it's one of the biggest disappointments to me. I've actually not seen a fire in a damn ship, like one that started organically, like from combat or something that I didn't start myself. I have not seen it, and I would say it has been a big disappointment. I do think there was a proper way to balance it. I worry that the initial launch of it put such a bad taste in CIG's mouth that now they're going to pull way back on it, which is going to disappoint me. But that's a different episode for a different day. But I think that'd be something good to talk about at some point. By the way, I don't know why I was worried. We got 285 viewers on Twitch with no raids and 140 on YouTube. Y'all are amazing. Real quick, before we go through much more tactical strikes, let's go ahead and watch the trailer, actually, because it's a really good trailer. It's one of my favorite the CIG's ever done. I thought it really sold the event and made me want to play it. And I think that's the goal of any trailer, is that it should make you want to get in and play that patch, right? And this trailer did that. And before we watch it, we're gonna pop a bean because we've had some donations come in. So Art, get your bean, Boozle. Don't delay it. We're gonna do a single bean here. Oop, I got, I know this one. This is either Old Bandage or Pomegranate.
I don't know. This is all bad is what this is.
Yeah, you probably got Barfer Booger.
Probably. No, it looks like Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks.
Everyone, thank you for your donations. Here we go. I'm drinking coffee right now, too, so this is not going to mix.
Peach-flavored Jolly Rancher energy drink.
Bottoms up, everyone. Thank you for your donations. Oh, yeah.
Tutti Frutti, I'm okay.
Oh, yeah. Pomegranate. I'm not, what? Oh. I can't tell. It may be the coffee interacting with, what is this? Maybe the coffee interacting with, what's it called? Old Bandage, yeah. And it's not great. Anyway, okay. Actually, yeah, this is not good. This is not good. It's starting to hit me now. It's starting to hit me now.
Burnt rubber for me and Old Bandage for you is like Achilles heel.
Hold on a minute.
It's a customized customized set of beans for us, apparently. Because
It
I
is.
always pull those.
Okay. I had to hand my wife something. All right. Here we go, everybody. Let's watch this trailer.
Another day, another rescue.
He better be worth it.
This'll be easy.
Tranquility is taking heavy fire. Repeat, try getting the shadow radars.
On it.
Light 'em up.
Here we go. Contacts all over.
It's action packed, man. I want the Star Citizen movie.
You know, I mean, it's good.
Nice work. That's the last. Heading into the sea.
What the hell is that?
Break, break.
Aim for the breakers.
Got it. Doors open.
Nice work.
Heading in.
Flying into the tunnel, trench, whatever you want to call it.
Seen worse.
Guys, stay focused. Hit the cooling units.
We gotta move faster, guys.
Yeah, felt that one.
Shit, it's getting hot in here. Last one down.
The core's exposed. I repeat, the core.
Take the damn shot.
Breach point set. Initiating release. Tranquility, targets away.
Nice work, team. We are moving out.
Guess he was working.
Oh God, Hex is down. I repeat.
What the? Incoming, incoming.
I'm just going to pause right there. You know, when we just heard recently that CIG wants to take the flight model into a more, cinematic path, I am kind of all for it. And I don't want it to be like full on arcade, but I would like for some of the fights that we see in these trailers to be a little bit more what we get. Not exactly, because I know these are hyped up for, entertainment's sake, but just a little bit of that I think would be cool. And I hope that's the plan for them. So, hey, Trispone's in chat. Nice to see you, Tris. Here we go.
Are those blades?
Dual fighters, multiple contacts.
Move it, fighters. There's one on me, guys.
Yeah, I think you could expect this type of stuff in Squadron for sure.
I'm taking fire. I'm in.
Get your new flight suit. That's a cool moment.
No goose,
Someone
no.
call for some backup. Hell of a fight you've picked. Fight is inbound, Tranquility.
Thank you for the follows.
Hell yeah. Let's tear 'em up.
Really good look at the Tiburons.
This one's mine. Ah, you lead scumbags. That all you got?
Oh, meat. I hear it. I saw it.
Going down to touch.
No. That's misinformation. That is fake news right there. That is fake news.
You're
Showing-
right. It should have hit the command module, and then that would have just not mattered.
I would have accepted that, but Ironclad Assault on the day of its release getting destroyed, I will not accept that as fake news. CIG is pushing a narrative here that I do not like. Keep going. It is cool to see the Tiburons in action, by the way.
Everything on that mauler. Burn it.
Fire!
Don't stop. Keep firing.
I will say I love how some Tiburons, some pit bulls, and a command module led the strike against the Mauler. I'm just gonna say I thought that was fun. Yeah, I mean, really, I mean, obviously, really cool trailer. We'll go back here to the page. Again, that type of stuff gets you excited. I personally do hope we get a little bit of that sort of cinematic-esque gameplay. I'm not saying this thing should be full on arcade, like that old arcade game Afterburner, which is still fun as hell. But I do think, you know, CIG trying to sort of chase systemic realism in a lot of different ways has hurt the flight model more than helped. I would even go so far as to say I think too much community input from too many different directions has kind of, you know, muddied the waters a little bit too in terms of direction. I think that the flight model should probably be a little closer to what I feel like we're going to get in Squadron from what we sort of seen from there, while still taking into account, you know, the emergent, you know, kind of needing to do whatever you need to do at any time aspects of the PU. But, you know, you see it in these trailers where, you know, again, I think it has a lot to do with ship speeds, maneuverability, targeting, weapon speed, weapon engagement distance, weapon speed, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of factors that go into it. But when I watch these trailers, the only part that I don't love, and I'm sure you feel this way too, is that it's not what we experience in Star Citizen. It's not the same thing. It's much more, you know, someone said it in chat, is what we're getting in Squadron 42. It feels more like what you would get in Squadron 42. And I'm not saying Star Citizen should be that, but I think some of that DNA should cross over into Star Citizen, because hopefully you're going to have a lot of players that play Squadron that come over to the PU, and we want those people to stay. I mean, we need an audience for this game. Thoughts on that?
Well, I hope that this is where they want it to go. I hope this is what they're trying to build it up to. Hey, this is our 1.0 look at, this is what we want combat to feel like. We want it to be kind of fast and quick, but we also want it to be responsive.
Yeah.
You know, and chaotic a little bit, but also controlled, and communication really good, and you know, all this other stuff. And it would be really great if that all worked, but right now we got people that can't get into servers, can't get into missions, can't do any of that right now. So a trailer's great. A trailer does help sell the product.
It does, yeah.
But if it doesn't, if we get into this area, you know, at one point CIG is going to have to look at it and go, okay, you know, I'm just going to take all these videos, put them together, and make a movie. Because it's more cinematic than an actual experience.
Yeah, and you know, someone said it here. Easy the Autocrat on YouTube said Squadron 42 and Star Citizen's flight model should be exactly the same, and I get what whoever's saying, because I think they should be very close. You know, I think it's going to be impossible for them to be exactly the same, very different environments, but I do think there needs to be a lot of crossover between the two, because and I don't specifically mean just the flight model. I'm just using that as a fill-in for, we need the vibe from Squadron, the vibe from these trailers to come over into Star Citizen a little bit. Star Citizen does suffer sometimes, I think, from feeling a little bit cold and sterile. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm not looking for Star Wars, you know, type action constantly in Star Citizen. I'm just saying some of that feel should come over. I got a $50 donation from Ziggs. Thank you very much, Ziggs. Appreciate that. Obviously, the ship. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that this style was done not only to help push that TSG stuff, but also to kind of take us back to we held the line kind of vibes that maybe we're getting an announcement later?
Maybe
at the end of con?
I mean, that was a hell of a trailer. That was about
a very good.
That was about 2.5 minutes longer than any patch trailer we've been getting. with maybe the exception of like Stormbreaker. Stormbreaker, I think, was a long one too, but not as long as this. I mean, there was obviously some substantial effort put behind this one. At the same time, I don't think we got like hard and fast like Ironclad and Pitbull trailers, which is a little sad. CIG, do not do that with the Kraken. It deserves a trailer next year. But I think maybe that's why this is sort of an extended thing, is that it's kind of covering a few bases there, right? This could be, for example, the trailer for the Tiburon, for the Pitbull, for the Ironclad.
Well, the other thing too is if you remember back at the one that they covered at Citizen Con when they started talking about the TSGs, and when we did that breakdown a couple weeks ago, and we saw the guys sliding, and we're like, oh, that's really cool, and then we're like, well, we don't have that, and then the patch notes came out, and we're like, oh, yeah, it is there. Yeah. So I wonder if some of this stuff is kind of hinting at stuff that is coming that we're going to be able to do a little bit sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think so. Hey, I want to call out a few follows, everyone. Sorry if I missed you, but calling out a few follows. Dirk Bob, Lemon, who else we got? Hawk, Ram Scoop, It's Muffy. It's a hell of these are some names here, people. Santa Peter, Hawks, Skylord, Lockboy Sky, Ballin, Felina, Doomsday, CDP, 1978, Pork Chop Express, Moodzilla, Mr. House, Hot Cloak, CT Mega, Lumpy, Materius, Arc Pixel. Thank you very much. Thank you for the hydrate lump. I did hydrate myself. Ship hangar services, refueling missions. Know those coming online. Get the image here of the Starlight. Again, we'll talk a little bit about the Starlight later, and then we'll talk about it a lot on MISC Day. We'll march over to the Q&A real quick here for the strike group, see if there's anything worth talking about here. It says, what is Ship Hangar Services Tier 0? Ship Hangar Services Tier 0 is the initial version of a feature that enables ships with dedicated service bays to repair, refuel, and restock the ammo, missiles, and countermeasures of any ship or vehicle that fits within its bays. All services require resources that must be on the host ship cargo grid. Refueling consumes hydrogen fuel and quantum fuel. Repair consumes RMC, and rearming consumes ammunition and missiles. Many of you, I think it's live in game now, right? Where you can buy these commodities or these things directly in bulk for your ship. To allow the restocking of resources, new countermeasures and ammunition commodities, there we go, are available in shops. Additionally, missiles can now be stacked on cargo grids. Storage improvements for stacked missiles are in the works, which allow them to sit cleanly on the grids rather than floating. I'm sure that will be some sort of missile rack system or something.
I put the size 10 torpedoes for the Polaris. I stacked them. And you could put it'd be almost as if you could put your arm through it.
Can I just say what I hope this storage solution though is? I really hope these aren't just racks. I hope they're racks that already have the hover, the anti-grav stuff, where you can just grab a handle on it and move it around easily. Or you can hit it with your tractor beam, but you don't have to have a tractor beam. You could just move it like you can a gurney or the cryopod things. You know what I mean? The bounty hunting pods. I hope that's what they do there. One thing I'll say about this, again, it goes to that future ship I talk about all the time, the Kraken. I mean, I hope that with this stuff coming out now, that's now a year that this feature can mature in game, get some real usage and try out. That way, when the Kraken, the Liberator, some of those other ships come online, Javelin, etc., the hangar services is even that much more fleshed out and realized. And for some of those ships, I think it'll really make a big difference. Let's see here. They listed out several of the ships that are carrying this, and I was actually surprised at how many ships are included in the at the launch of this. So the Idris Variants, the RSI Polaris, the 890 Jump, 600i, the Anvil Carrack, the MISC Starlancer Attack, the Drake Ironclad Assault, and with others to come, obviously. Says here, but let's go down any other quickly. A lot of questions around ship services. It is free right now, by the way. There's going to be a future system where you can, charge for that service. Obviously, that'll come when we have some of that marketplace trading stuff come into game. I think that's going to be sort of the back end to what is essentially player run stores. You know what I mean? If you have stuff on your ship cargo grid, someone comes in and lands, they're essentially, interacting with a store marketplace transaction with you, right? So, they sort of mentioned that here. It says, as there is currently no interface for the host ship to set prices, we made the decision to make services free, allowing players to use the feature to support their orgs. As the feature matures, we plan to introduce a dedicated service terminal to give host ship operators full control over pricing and permissions. We've heard about these terminals before, again, in relation to player-run stores. And I think that's what they're talking about here. Beyond base building, I don't think we've gotten any further updates about player-run stores. I think the biggest one was during that sort of Star System 1.0 or that particular SitCon presentation where they talked a little bit about it. But again, we do know it's coming. We do know it's in development. Again, talk about the command module. We've talked about the command module at length, so no real reason to dive too much into that. Let's see here. Let's talk about refueling for a minute here. It says, what improvements and updates have been made, has the team made to refueling mechanics in Alpha 4.8? This one might be an important one too. It says the system has been significantly simplified. Thank you, CIG. Fuel nozzles no longer take damage. Thank you. And fuel, I'm going to come back to that in a minute. And flow speeds are adjustable through item customization. Fuel pods remain closed by default and must be opened manually, then automatically close once the refueling process is complete. The refueling process is automated as long as a fuel pod of the appropriate fuel is open. The process will start and end automatically once the receiving player confirms their purchase. The base flow speed is now defined by the nozzle, while the different fuel pods add a modifier to it. So I'm going to go back to that first thing there about fuel nozzles no longer taking damage. This goes back to that big conversation around some of the systemic realism has to go away, and this game just needs to be fun and like frictionless. People have in my streams have heard me say that CIG needs to remove a lot of the friction in the game, and sometimes they think I'm talking about dumbing the game down. I'm actually not. If CIG just removed a lot of these little things, like the fuel nozzles taking damage, just removing a bunch of those little things will add up to a big quality of life change for the game environment. And again, it's those little things that I like CIG's recognizing that are completely unnecessary. Obviously, there's some stuff here on docking. Docking requests can now be sent by both the fuel giver and fuel receiver. When docking is accepted and the ships get close enough to each other, auto docking is always initiated. Here, the receiver will dock onto the fuel giver. Okay, we know there's some NPC refueling stuff coming along, so that is nice to see. Talking about some of the mission contracts here. There will be an introductory contract where a new faction offers players their first refueling job. This is immediately available with no reputation requirements. Generally, can't talk tonight. Refueling will involve supporting NPC ships. However, depending on the star systems, there is a chance of piracy. Some of the higher ranking contracts might require players to ensure they have protection. Goes without saying. Let's talk about these refueling beacons really quick here. Says here, currently the process is that when a player activates a refueling beacon, an NPC ship will arrive, quote a price, and provide fuel once accepted. To trigger a beacon, you must be in the pilot seat and have no active crime stat. Note that if you are in active combat when the NPC ship arrives, it will leave without initiating the refueling process. Player-to-player beacons will be available in the future. So I was excited to hear about this. This is funny enough, this is actually one of the features for 4.8 that is one of my top 3 things I'm most excited about for this patch. And it's not a situation I run into frequently. It's because I ran into it once and it was bad. I went out, solo ran a reclaimer one night for 5 hours. I had that thing loaded. Okay. I just was doing it by myself. There was ASMR in it and just was not paying attention to the fuel gauge and ran out of fuel. I swear, I could see Hurston in the distance. Right. And, I ran out of fuel. No one was around with a Starfare. I couldn't get anyone around with a Starfare, and I was fully laden. I tried to lay down the bed. It didn't persist, but it was just like, damn it, you know? So this type of thing would have saved me. I mean, I don't know if I was a reclaimer. I don't know how much fuel the Starlight can top me off, but I'm not sure what NPCs arrive in. Do they arrive in Starfares or Starlight? I don't know. But again, this is a feature that to me is something that we have needed. It's not something I think the average player is going to run into frequently, but when you do need it, it's going to make all the difference that you can do this. So I do hope it's stable and working.
Well, do you think that maybe it'll depend on the size of the ship that's making the request is what they'll send out?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see. I haven't tested it at all, so
I haven't touched it.
But yeah, I mean, I would hope so. I would hope so. I think that is the appropriate way to handle it. So, it says here, what does a career in refueling look like for players who want to specialize? Because I've heard of a lot of players who do want to specialize in the career. Says here, as organized fleet gameplay continues to develop, we anticipate scenarios in which multiple ships need refueling simultaneously, including massive capital ships that require significant fuel reserves. More on that in a minute. Refueling specialization will become increasingly valuable as fleet operations expand and pilots look to stay in the fight longer without returning to a station. Refueling contracts will offer a variety of ships to service alongside new equipment to outfit your own, giving you more ways to approach the role. And finally, when player-to-player beacons come online, you'll be able to respond directly to urgent refueling requests from stranded pilots, becoming a true lifeline across the verse. With our 5 systems at launch, no timetable for how long it'll take to get more systems. How, and the size of the systems we're dealing with, even systems that were supposed to be a little lean in terms of services, like Pyro, have stations galore in them. Is there a lot of danger in capital ships, especially capital ships with large fuel reserves? Is there really any danger of them running out of fuel very often? And I say that as someone who just said they ran out of fuel in a reclaimer. But I will say, I think it was during a particular patch cycle where the reclaimer was like chewing up fuel like crazy, and I think it was technically a bug. But is that really, I guess I'm wondering, you know, I think previously people thought we'd be out sort of exploring these massive systems and kind of traveling a lot before getting refueled. Do you feel like that's much of a future anymore? I mean, I guess for me, and I always think about the Kraken with this example. So the Kraken has these big internal fuel tanks that are not its own fuel. They're fuel for the ships that land on it. I would hope that one thing I could do with the Kraken or any other ship that offers fuel services, right? Idris, Polaris, whatever. I would like to also refuel fuel on my cargo grid, right?
Yeah.
If eventually we are storing fuel that way, I'm not sure if that's the case for refuel services, but you know, if a Kraken still has fuel for itself, but those internal tanks have drained down because people are using it, I'd like to be able to choose to refuel the internal capacity or however it's tagged, you know, over my own ship's fuel, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, and then the crossbow, and we got no plasma grenades. I don't know if there's anything specific we need to talk about this. It's a crossbow. Has anyone checked it out in game yet? Has anyone found it? I'm guessing it's lootable and kind of found within the verse, probably craftable as well. Let's read this one here. It says multiple variants of the crossbow can be unlocked for crafting via blueprint available through tactical strike groups or found through various loot pools across the verse. So if you're out there, you run across a Novian crossbow, that'll be a nice find. Again, it'll be a nice little thing to find, and then you can craft yourself one. I know a lot of people have been pretty crazy over the crossbow. It's cool. I don't have a big need to go find one, but I do think it's pretty badass and cool looking. So
I know that they had I've seen a video where they put like 3 or 4 guys in a row, and a guy shot him in the head with a crossbow and killed like 3 of them.
Of course,
so
it's
got stupid penetration, but they were all obviously all lined up in a row,
right,
close together. So I was like, okay,
right. It's by
it'll be
far
fun to have it.
It's by far the deadliest weapon. Just put one on the front of an Idris and let's call it a day, everyone.
Let's call it.
Right. Thank you for
Idris
subscribing to Prime.
Ballista.
Yeah, exactly. We're 50% of the way through completing our sub goal, everyone. Thank you very much. 396 watching on Twitch and 174 on YouTube. You're all legendary people. Real quick, everyone, I want to remind everybody, Ironclad giveaway tonight. Get in on it. That is a Gleam link. We will post that in chat right now.
Already did.
All right, Art's on it. What am I talking about? And then, of course, we're raffling off 3 Drake Clippers tonight. We're going to do the drawing for 3 Drake Clippers, so get in on that now if you can. That is via the Tiltify link that will pop up in chat here, exclamation St. Jude, I believe, and the QR code you see on your screen, okay? So get in on those. Do appreciate it. For St. Jude, we have STARJUMP has now raised $45,850 for the month of April and May this year, with a lifetime total of $86,408 raised. With a big majority of that being last year, this year, they've been 2 gangbusters years, and that's all due to you all in the community. So thank you very, very much again. When you donate via that Tiltify link, that money goes from Tiltify to St. Jude. It does not come to STARJUMP in any way. We don't touch it. We don't have access to it. We have no control over it. So when you donate to the Tiltify link, please know that you are donating in confidence, and it's all above board. Tiltify has an official partnership with St. Jude. They do support that cause, so the tie-in is direct. So again, when you donate via that Tiltify link, it's going directly to St. Jude. Okay, wanted to make sure that was very, very clear. Okay. All right. Let's go back to our Q&A. I think we've gone over pretty much everything of note there. I did want to talk a real quick minute about, well, actually, yeah, I think that's kind of it. We talked about refueling. We talked about ship hangar services, tactical strike groups. We watched the trailer. I'm excited for this. I know a lot of people I've talked to are excited to try this in their orgs and stuff. It's just getting out there and doing it. Just remember, everyone, it may be a little rough the first week or 2 here. This is a major feature or a major gameplay loop that just launched, and there's going to be bugs. There's going to be stuff that has to be figured out. So if you're wanting that kind of amazing experience with it, you know, help your org out, help some other people out and stuff, but just know that it might be a few weeks before you have that magic moment where it's just like this awesome experience. Okay, it's a new thing.
Everything snaps.
Yeah,
and
and
all works.
yeah, and it's and that's kind of Star Citizen in general right now. But just go into it with that mindset, and I think you know you won't run into disappointment, so to speak. All right, next topic. I want to sling over to this thing. STARJUMP Fleet Viewer. How many of you in chat are STARJUMP Fleet Viewer fans or found the channel through STARJUMP Fleet Viewer? If you did, press 1. Put 1 in chat. I want to see how many of you are out there. If STARJUMP Fleet Viewer Hangar Link is something that you use, you enjoy, you help find the channel this way, let me know. Let me know. It's nice to see. Nice to see. STARJUMP Fleet Viewer was a project I came up with about 4 years ago. Pac-Man with a $75 donation. Thank you very much, Pac-Man. Came up with this idea. I really enjoyed Starship 42, the 3D sort of fleet viewer. And I said, you know what? I really like that. But I don't always need to see my ship from any angle, but I would like to see it in much higher fidelity. And at that time, I had just done the Drake cinematic. And I was like, well, I got some of these ships already built out. I said, what if I just built out all of them? And I started working on that. And then I linked up with some people, VMXEO and Starlet, through various sources. They had unique skills to bring to bear. VMXEO was had a system, was working on software with some other people that could pull the game-ready, flight-ready models and assemble them as they are represented in game, which was huge because I was doing everything by holo model. And for holo model ships, I would take the holo models, rebuild them, retexture them, all that. So it was a good marriage there of model assets. And then Starlet brought her unique skill set to bear in that she knew how to code and was really good at it. Okay. So we came up with this idea for StarJump Fleet Viewer. Hangar Link was already Starlet's baby. She had already kind of come up with that. So we decided to kind of make it into a system. And for a long time, Fleet Viewer has required all of us to always be ready at the same moment to push through ships, because it requires all of us. It has to go from VMXEO to me, and then from me to Starlet. Okay, there's like this synergy that has to happen, and we all have to be on the same page. We all have to be in the same area, moment of life where we're not distracted by real life things. And it's been difficult, especially recently, to get stuff out in a timely manner. But I think I can say all that is over. All that is over. Starlet, who's absolutely amazing, came up with a system, a front end, to allow me to help her and do the integration side as well. And what that has led to is it's going to make it much faster for us to get ships into Fleet Viewer. Pretty much as soon as VMXEO rolls off a new ship, within about 30 minutes, I can get it into Fleet Viewer. And the big news of today is there are some new ships added because of that work. So today we added the Hull B, the new one. Added the good old Hull B. We added and we'll eventually do the extended version, by the way. Right now, it's just this one. We added the Aurora SC. That's the Aurora Mark 1 SE that went on sale. $25 from SVL. Thank you very much. And then we added the tried but true UTV. Little tiny thing right there. Little tiny thing. But as a little surprise, I also added both the Odin armed with its weapons deployed and the Odin unarmed. So you can now spawn these two monsters at scale and put them with your fleets. Some of the stats will have to be updated once we get to Anvil Day and we know specifically, how much cargo it can carry and all that kind of good stuff. But and I'm pretty certain the ship is 750 meters long, just based off some metrics that were in the actual model file. But when you pull it up in Fleet Viewer, you can play with it and you can check it out in all the angles that Fleet Viewer supports. So hopefully you enjoy that. It was not something I expected to get in today, but it is in. And again, this would not be possible without all the crazy amount of work Starlet has done over the last 4 days. Essentially, in the last 4 days, she's built a front end. So an entire front end that allows me to enter this stuff, which is incredible. So there you go. New ships, defense con ships, the Ironclads, the Pit Bulls, the M80s, the Tiburons, all that stuff should get into Fleet Viewer very, very soon. Okay. Frito Jenkins, a hell of a name, says, is the M80 in? Nope, not yet. The defense con ships are not in yet. VMXEO will be home tomorrow and start working on them. I can tell you that the Ironclads are done. I believe the Ironclads are done already. So those will probably get integrated first. And then he's going to, starting tomorrow, just churn through all of them. But I do not think you're going to have to wait long, Jenkins. Where before it might be a few weeks, I think this time it's going to be just a matter of a few days. So a lot quicker. But yes, I just wanted to shout out my Fleet Viewer team, VMXEO and Starlet. Again, I can't tell you how much of a group effort project it is. So, okay. All right. It's time, everybody. It's time to move on over to the next topic, and that is Defense Con. You know what we're talking about. Best day of the year, Drake Day. We're going to go ahead and watch the trailer first, because why not? And then we'll talk all about it. Here we go.
To live. To thrive. United in purpose.
So how's that working out for you? Thought so.
I love Andon Arden.
Don't you just love it when your united governing body retreats back to Sol, leaving the good, hard-working folks out here to hold the line? Well, I mean, those parade uniforms aren't going to press themselves. Am I right?
Now is the time for Defense Con 2956. It's about the crews who don't make the headlines. The pilots who don't take orders. The mechanics, the gunners, the haulers, the miners, the everyday heroes. This year, we build for them. Built by all
Hey,
your
Ryan,
favorite
Matt Gamer, how you doing,
manufacturers
buddy?
who understand that out here, you're your own backup. DefenseCon 2956. Stand up, and we'll stand with you.
All right. I'm just going to say it, everyone. I love the vibe of DefenseCon. Now, I'll be the first to say, I also love the vibe of Invictus. I love the military pageantry of it all and stuff like that. I just think that it's really cool to have a little bit of a change this year in what is the dominant voice. And I think it's going to be really interesting next year, because next year the Kraken is supposed to hit for Drake. So if this Defense Con is blown out this much, I can only imagine what next year is. You know what I mean? Drake launching their biggest, most formidable ship. We'll have to see. Maybe Invictus tries to come back next year. Maybe there's a little bit of a battling of the two events. I don't know. Socially Confused says, hold DefenseCon on the Kraken. I think that'd be pretty cool, because I used to live in New York City, and we have the Intrepid there, and there's a whole Air and Space Museum on the Intrepid, which is an old aircraft carrier. They could be kind of cool. Chris Kolnick, 9546 says, pray for me as I try to get a Kraken in 4 minutes. Chris, I'm going to pray for you, buddy. As a Kraken owner, you see here, we have these on the merch store, Kraken Captain. I do wish you good luck. Make sure you chime in after the wave and let us know if you were successful. There's 6 waves for the Kraken, though, I will say. So it's plenty of opportunity. And you will have another opportunity later this year, but hopefully you do get it, because this Defense Con and later this year are probably the last chances to get this thing at the $1,400 price mark, which I know is already expensive. Let's don't get into that. But next Defense Con, that thing's going to be at least $2,000, $2,100, somewhere around that. Yeah. I actually think it could be a little bit more than the Idris, believe it or not. I think the Idris is 19. I see the Kraken being more, because the Idris, I think they know they got those kits that people need, so they can kind of get those extra sales through that. I think the Kraken, or at least currently, doesn't have any kits scheduled for it, so I think they have to. That'll be a little bit pricier.
Well, also the Kraken has a way better opportunity of transporting different ships.
Yeah.
You know, with that top deck,
yeah.
If it fits its ship's kind of mentality,
yeah.
Hopefully, it gives it a lot more versatility that I think it's going to be worth more bang for your buck.
Yeah, I'll post the link to the merch store here, by the way. Yeah, Garflog got his Kraken Captain mug today, and DevilDog.Games, who's won some giveaways, won some of our raffles, says he got his beloved Drake Complete pack today. Congratulations. Okay. Defense Con. I am a big Drake fan, yes. A lot of people think that I'm fully Drake. There's actually a lot of Drake ships I don't like. I've been pretty open about that. I like some Drake ships. I also love some RSI ships. The Polaris is probably in my top 4 ships for sure. I love,
as it should be.
Yeah, I love the Perseus. I really am a lover of all different manufacturers and ships. So, but Botox says his mug came today. Oh, awesome. But I will say I was really excited for this year's Defense Con because of the ships coming, the Ironclads. I was very excited for those. So let's go ahead and dive into some Defense Con stuff. Again, don't forget the question bot is running. Get your questions in. We're going to circle back around. I'm sure we have some strike group questions that came in as well. We'll get all those at the end. All right. Defense Con. Here we go. Defense Con 2956 happening at the Bevic Convention Center. They got a nice little image here. I was looking at this earlier of the new ships, the Ironclad, the Pitbull, the Starlight, the Aurora Mark II for some reason. Come on, CIG. You could have put the Assault in there. And the Tiburon. It's a really cool image, actually. I like that one. So yes, currently going down. There is a map there on the page. I will point out there is a referral bonus thing going on right now. Is that what I got here? Yeah. Referral bonus going on, people. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need that dragonfly. Someone needs to spread my referral code. That's all I'm going to say. You got a friend? Let's say you're not chasing those referrals and you got a friend who wants to play. All I'm saying, pass along my referral code. I appreciate it. Appreciate you muchly. But the person who joins, a new recruit, gets pretty cool Defense Con swag. Kind of like that. So yeah, go ahead and get in on that if you're trying to do that. And again, we have the Twitch drop starting today. There was the return. I don't know if it ever did it go away. I can't remember if it went away. There's the Generalist Defense Con starter pack. Oh, it does come with stuff. Comes with the Drake gun and all that kind of stuff. Drake cutter, all that kind of cool stuff. It is Warbond only. There's the Drake Defense Con. I just should say Defense Con gear pack if you want that cool bit of clothes. And of course, the Red Line bundle, which we talked about last stream. So that is kind of the offerings at Defense Con, just from a base standpoint. Let's go ahead and dive in further. Let's dive in a little further here. We're going to talk about, first thing on the docket, before we get to Drake, before we get to Gray Market, because we're going to spend some time on that. Let's go ahead and dive in to two specific things that were on offer from this year. Kind of knew they were coming back. Didn't know specifically what we were getting, but kind of knew they were coming back. And they are the two most controversial things that are sold by CIG. I had some people tell me, "Oh, there's no way they sell these flight blades again." I'm like, "No, they'll sell them. Yeah, they'll sell them." The issue wasn't that they were selling them technically. The issue was that they weren't in game to buy. That was the big issue. We're talking about the flight blades and the weapon kits. I've already heard a lot of angry people. I've heard a lot of excited people. I've heard a lot of accusations. So let's go ahead and dive into this topic here. So first thing, let's start with the flight blades. Obviously, a lot of flight blades on offer. Not only are all the flight blades from last game the last Defense Con, not only Invictus or whatever it's called, not only are those in, so Scorpius, some of those ships, but some new ones as well. Okay, so a couple of the new ones: the Clipper, Buccaneer, the Corsair. Very excited to see that one. The Wolf series of ships. The Scorpius was old, and the Argo MPUV was there. Oh yeah, here's the others. The Carrack, the Asgard, Arrow, and C8 series, and then of course the Gladius, the Avenger, and Hammerhead, and Redeemer, all getting flight blades. These are technically the same flight blades we had last year. There is the TSB flight blade, which is the top speed balanced flight blade, and then there's the PHB flight blade, which is the precision handling balanced flight blade. Now, and you get the Nightbreak paint. You get the Nightbreak paint, and I'll go ahead and pull this up. This was another controversial part of last year. I'm going to go ahead and open this up. These are the Nightbreak paints right here. Again, some of these I think are from last year. Kind of a cool red, black camo sort of paint job. There was some confusion, and some of this came from me. I fully will admit when I was wrong. I thought these were going to be Defense Con paints, like straight up Defense Con paints, which I was kind of hoping they were. I do think CIG missed a big opportunity there in giving us just these Nightbreak paints. And people say that every year. Why don't you sell the Nightbreak separately? I get that. But I think they could have broke them out separately from this year and just called it the Defense Con paint or something. Would have been really, really cool. They look awesome. They're awesome paint jobs. I hate to say it. It just is what it is. I do really want it for my Corsair and my Shiv. But these are the flight blades that will give you, for example, more straight line speed, but then reduce your speed in turning. Versus, so it's not full buffs. It's a little bit of buff in something and a slight nerf in another aspect of that particular regime, whether it's speed or handling or whatever. And they are in game from what I was told. Oh, Chris Koenig says, "Dang, I didn't get the Kraken. Make it 20th attempt, Grim. See you at the next drop." Chris, keep trying, buddy. If you can get it in your cart, leave it in your cart. Do not take it out of your cart. if you get it in your cart, but you still can't purchase it, that's one of the secrets. Leave it in there. Okay. Because it makes the next time you do it that much faster. Okay. Art, flight blades. What's your thoughts on them? How do you feel about them? They're available in game this time. So that kind of controversy is put to bed. But how do you feel about the flight blades in general, the future of flight blades, all that kind of good stuff?
I mean, it's another way for them to make money. If you want to spend the money, I mean, here's the thing: is we buy camos, we buy guns,
Yep.
we buy armors,
We buy ships.
we buy ships. That's the important. We need to buy the ships. But the blade stuff, I don't care. You know, they're offered in game 2. If you want to buy them, so you have them off the start, so you don't have to. So I can start in, you know, Levski or something that I don't have to go all the way over here to go get blades. Okay. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. I think it's a waste of money, but I'm not here to dictate how people spend. So I can honestly care less about the blades. I'm just glad that they're in game as well.
Do the blades, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't messed with the blades much. I do own, I'll be honest with you and transparent, I do own a couple blades. I only own them for 2 ships. I bought for, last year I bought for the Scorpius, and the only reason I got it for the Scorpius is they had that pack that came with the weapon kit, and I just got the whole cat because I really wanted the missile launcher for my Scorpius. I was a sucker, I got it. And then I did buy it this year for the Corsair. I wanted it. My question is, and mainly because I wanted the Nightbreak paint. I know it's terrible. But I did get it with, yeah, I didn't get these with credit either, unfortunately, because they were, yeah, I got the Warbond ones. But where I'm going with this is, do the flight blades, for those of you that have really pushed it and tried them out, do they make a meaningful difference? And by the way, I see some subscribes coming in. Murlocs, thank you for that subscription. Those of you that followed, thank you very much for the follows. I am going to call out some names here in just a short bit, but thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it'll give you a little bit of advantage.
Yeah.
But honestly, when it comes to games like this, it's the person that has the skill. Yeah, you might get like a little bit of advantage, but if you're not as good a flyer as the guy that's chasing you and shooting at you, it's not going to matter much.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. I think that's a good place for flight blades to be. They give you a little nudge in one specific area. And here's the thing. I guess what I like about the flight blades is you can equip them if they do specifically your type of gameplay, or if they give you a slight advantage. So, for example, if you're someone... just got a $100 donation from Lyoku. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We just hit our goal, by the way, everyone. What goal did we hit? 48,000, I think, right? All right, everyone. You know what's going to happen then. We got to set that next milestone, and I know the exact milestone.
46,000.
46,000. Okay. That's a big milestone, everyone. I'm going to set the next one, though, because I can't let it not be there. My OCD will get to me. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Go to milestones or incentives. Milestone. We got to set a new milestone. Do we have? I don't think we have a $50,000 one, but we're gonna create one. Can you believe that we're creating a 50,000?
Because you have a great community, man.
And here's what we're going to do. We are going to do for this. We're going to do. STARJUMP. No, we're going to do a STARJUMP Bar Citizen live stream. We're going to do a live stream setup for the STARJUMP Bar Citizen, and those people who are able to join the live stream when it happens will also get. I'm just going to put special item because I don't want to give it away yet. The special item that anyone who comes to the STARJUMP Bar Citizen is going to get. So there we go. I'm going to save these changes because we need a $50,000 milestone because Shabloom activating that bad boy. There we go. It's amazing, everyone. Hitting that goal. Incredible. Thank you for all your donations. We hit a goal. We got to do a beam. Saddle up, Art. Don't stare at me blankly. You know what's happening. We also just hit the followers goal. We're at 8,700 followers. 8,700 followers on Twitch. Thank you all. Do appreciate it. We're doing Bean Boozle for charity, raising money. Let me switch over here. Up. Let me switch back to our bigger. Okay, there we go. All right. I can't talk tonight, everyone. I've had a drink. Okay, grabbing a bean.
I got lucky again.
Oh,
Tutti Frutti.
You already ate it? Okay.
Or no, I haven't ate it yet.
Okay,
I'll hold on to it.
What did I get? I got the I got this one. What color is that?
That looks like barf, man.
It's either barf or peach. Yeah, it's either barf or peach.
Yeah, it looks like barf.
Thank you for the donations, everyone. Sergeant Camper, thank you for subscribing.
Also, with us smelling these, like we get an advantage. There is no smell to
None of them smell
you
good.
Can't tell.
Oh, a hype train just started. No, yeah, there's no good
I
smell
can't
to
smell
any
it
of
and
these.
be like, I know what it is.
They all smell terrible.
They do.
All right, everyone. Bottoms up. Thank you for your donations. Art, come on. Wait a minute. Peach. Oh, yeah.
Tutti Frutti again.
Yes. We're swinging
I'm 2
here.
for 2
All
tonight.
right. Wait a minute. Peach does not have a good aftertaste. It's not a quality peach flavor. Kill Switch says stretch. Thank you very much, Kill. All right. We'll do another one.
Sandgroper gets no funny clicks or clips out of us tonight.
No,
we're not gonna do this.
But we still got quite a bit of show left. So. Okay.
Do you want to answer that Offset Studios question about I recall an idea was mentioned a while back that Grim may give extra Ironclad raffle points to people being picked for stream giveaway spin wheel. Do you remember anything about that?
So for those of you that ended up on the spin wheel, yes, you've been recorded down and put in the Excel document. So when I do the Ironclad giveaway, you essentially got an extra ticket for that. Okay. The other thing is anyone who, sorry, I got this bean in my mouth. Anyone who has donated to St. Jude during April or May of this year, if you donated $5, $5,000, whatever, any donation got you a entry into my Galaxy giveaway that hasn't officially started yet, but I've got you recorded down because I got the Excel documents from Tiltify. Everyone who donated to St. Jude will go on the Galaxy giveaway random wheel of names, and it's only for those of you that donated towards St. Jude. No one else can enter it. We'll spin the wheel at the end of Play Live, and someone will win a Galaxy, okay? Someone will win a Galaxy. All right, Galaxy coming later this year. Reaper Game says, how do I donate to St. Jude? It's very easy. A Tiltify link just popped up just now. You can go there. You can donate towards any of the raffles we have currently going on, Reaper. I'll switch over here. We got a number of raffles happening. We already gave away the Corsairs tonight. We have a Clipper raffle going on. When you do your donation, depending on the amount you donate, you can select which raffle you want to donate that to. Tonight, we'll be raffling off 3 Drake Clippers. On the 20th, which is next Wednesday, for a $40 donation, you get a ticket to a Tiburon. If you enter the Tiburon rally, we'll raffle off one of those. May 27th, $35 donation towards an Ironclad Assault. May 31st, we'll be doing 2 big raffles, one for a Polaris. And I got to tell you, we do not have many Polaris tickets purchased. So if you buy one of those Polaris tickets, your odds are real good of winning. It's like 1 in 10. Like it's good. We haven't sold a lot of tickets of those. And then on May 31st, we're doing the truly epic. I'm just going to call it silly. It's downright silly how good this raffle is. $100 St. Jude donation via our Tiltify link or the QR code that you see in the lower right of your screen. You can get a ticket for the Masters of Industry pack. Stack 3D, thank you for the $75 donation. You can get a Masters of Industry raffle ticket. If you win that raffle, okay, if you win it, you will win a Pioneer. Yes, a hull limited Pioneer, an Arastra, a hull B, a Golem, a Vulture, a Mole, a Reclaimer, and a Hercules C2. Hell, I want to win this raffle. I don't qualify though. GearCon would kill me. I do not qualify. But even I want to win this damn thing. Reaper Games with a $100 donation. Stack 3D and Reaper, thank you very much for those donations. Very generous. Appreciate that. I do want to shout out GearCon, by the way. I don't know if Gear's in chat yet. He's going to probably join us here in a little bit on voice. GearCon has offered up all of these ships, by the way, that you're seeing on screen. All of them he offered up for giveaway or for raffle.
And the ones on Ender's stream.
That's right. The one on Ender's streams as well. Ender's still raffling off. I think it's Perseus and a Hammerhead. Yeah, Perseus and Hammerhead. So when you go to do your donation, you'll see a Perseus and Hammerhead on there. Those will be raffled off on Dadbot's channel. Ox says, what are the chances on the Master of Industry pack? I'm going to go ahead and tell you. Your chances of winning the Masters of Industry pack right now is about 1 in 150. About 150 tickets have been purchased. To give you an idea of how good those odds are, though, usually when I do a giveaway from like CIG or something, because I am going to be doing an M80 giveaway courtesy of CIG, when I do those giveaways, usually there's a couple thousand that enter it, right?
Just giving out secrets.
I know. When I gave out secrets, I was supposed to say that later.
Left and right.
I'm sorry, I was supposed to say that later. I forgot.
You were supposed to say that for much later.
I know, much later. Sorry. Either way.
Surprise.
Either way, yeah, I know. Good old Grim. Don't have me at the surprise party. But either way, when I do a CIG giveaway or something, there's usually like 2,000 or 3,000 people that enter it. With the Masters of Industry, there's only about 150 tickets purchased. So if you purchase one ticket, you got about a 1 in 150 chance of winning. That's not bad at all. Soundwaves Go, $60 donation towards the Polaris. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. We talked about some flight blades. I guess the last thing I would say to this is I'm very excited to see more blades come. Now, these are flight blades, but I am interested in seeing things like avionics blades, AI turret blades, all kinds of stuff. And I do think CIG could come out with this stuff sooner rather than later. Some of this stuff isn't necessarily need to be held back. For example, there's no reason why they can't come out with some of those EM signature reduction blades that are supposed to be a thing. They could come out with those now to help out certain ships reduce their their signatures and stuff. Ben Tao with a $160 donation. Thank you very much, Ben. Appreciate you. That's epic. $46,285 raised, everyone. But yes, I personally would like to see some of that stuff. For those of you curious, if you don't know what the blade stuff is, I can pull up this article here. This is an old article. We won't go through it. It's from 2020. But one of the things they talk about in here are the types of computer blades that CIG is sort of toying with. And again, just to give you an idea on what some of these look like, it's stuff like Missile Defense System blade, Emissions Controller blade, Offensive E-War blade, Mining blades, Criminal Database blades, Enhanced Route Navigation blades, Shield Management blades. Again, all different types of blades. I really look forward to the day when CIG starts coming out with some of this stuff other than just these basic flight blades, okay? I also think that would further diversify the ships we have and how we operate them. Again, I'm all about us being able to turn knobs on our ships to make them truly unique, not only through decorating the inside of them with flair and all that. We've heard of the decorator mode, but also in terms of components, subcomponents. We've had that conversation before, computer blades, and many other things. So, Spectre says Salty Mike had an aneurysm today about the blade kits. Yeah, I mean, I don't.
As he always does.
Yeah, I don't totally know if the aneurysm was that he was not happy with it. I will say this. I will say this about blades. If blades make you angry, but some of the other stuff that's sold doesn't make you angry, I guess I don't understand it, because the blades, if they truly just buffed you in both categories, then I would say, yeah, that's a little pay to win-ish in my opinion. But they actually nerf you. They give you a buff here and a nerf over here. So to me, they're more of a balance thing. Beck City, a $200 donation towards a Master of Industry pack. Thank you very much, City. Appreciate it. It's epic, man. Thank you. But so I don't look at it as pay to win from that standpoint. But even further than that, you get into a situation where you go, okay, what qualifies as pay to win, right? Because it's subjective. It is a subjective topic. But one way to look at that would be like, okay, I have a ship with a size 4 turret, and then someone buys a ship with a size 5 turret. Did they pay to win? Well, I guess they paid to win if your idea of winning is who's got the biggest turret, right? So the only way pay to win really comes into play is what qualifies winning to you, right? For me, and you know, obviously Salty's got an opinion. I know Execute's got an opinion. A lot of people have different opinions, and everyone is, their opinion's valid. They can have that. That's awesome. I think for me, though, I just I don't know what Star Citizen 1.0 looks like. I mean, they've told us what it is, but I haven't played it yet. So I don't know what paying to win is yet. Quinn says it great down there. He says, I have a javelin. Do I win? I don't know, because I don't really know what winning in Star Citizen is. I hope the future of Star Citizen is that none of those things are winning, that there isn't no winning the game. You're just engaging in experiences. And from that standpoint, you don't have to worry about pay to win, because there technically won't be any winning. There's going to be people out there that could give a rat's ass about being in a javelin or owning a javelin. Okay, just like there's people that play World of Warcraft that just enjoy RPing in a tavern. They don't go on the raids. But then there's people in WoW that have to raid at top level. It really depends on what your definition of winning is, right? But I'll say this. First off, everyone chat, if Salty doesn't like this, that's totally fine. He's entitled to that opinion. There's plenty of people that don't like the Flight Blade stuff. He definitely is not alone. But that's the great thing about Star Citizen. We can all have these opinions, exercise your opinion through your spending or lack of spending. You don't like something CIG's doing, do not send them money. If you like what they're doing, feel free to. Every bit of money I have sent CIG was because of a reason, right? They either crossed a milestone or they did something that I went, that's worth another $20 for me. You know what I mean?
Oh, so just to clarify, Quinn is not winning, and he's not pay to win because he doesn't have friends. So he's getting the ships in case he gets friends. So he's not technically winning yet. Better luck next time.
Yeah. It's, you know,
well, I guess you could buy friends in game.
Yeah.
Maybe CIG will sell friends. That's the next thing.
Well, that's what the NPC crews are going to be. Those are going to be your friends. Look, it's it all comes down to what you define as pay to win. And like many subjective topics in Star Citizen, what one person defines as pay to win, another person can define as something else, and they're both right, they're both wrong. Again, no one's right, no one's wrong. I would say, if you're looking for the grim opinion on this, if these flight blades did nothing but boost or buff your ship, then I would look at it as a little bit of a pay to win thing. And I mean significantly buff it. But from what I've seen with the blades, they don't do that. They give you a buff in one area, nerf in another. So to me, they're more of a tuning thing. To me, it's not even, this, for example, if CIG sold components, that would be way more egregious than this.
Yeah.
Like if you could just buy military components right off the store, that would be much more egregious than this. So last year, when everyone lost their minds over the flight blades, and I do get it, because last year they weren't offered in-game on day one, which I do agree is a problem. But I just wasn't super animated about it last year because I didn't see it as that much of a buff. I was like, man, if this is pay to win, it is the worst pay to win strategy.
You're still a terrible pilot. You're still crashing into things.
Yeah. So yeah. Sis and Ninja says, what's going on in the mind of someone who buys an MPUV flight blade? And it's little art. How you doing, buddy? There we go. Flight blades, everyone. we knew they were coming back. We knew they were coming back. I had already started sort of hearing the fury building, and that's okay. That's okay. You're allowed not to like something. You're allowed not to be cool with something. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Let's go to the next thing, and that is weapon kits. Weapon kits. We had these last year as well. I don't know why. Oh, there they go. We had this last year as well. I can't remember everything that was available last year. I do remember the Nova ballistic Gatling or whatever turret that came from the Nova tank was one, and the missile launcher or the missile turret for the Scorpius was one. Now, I did buy the missile turret for the Scorpius. Why did I buy it? Because the Scorpius is one of my favorite ships in the game, like in terms of like fighter. And I wanted to be able to fly it solo more and be more effective. And the missile turret was pilot controlled. And I thought that was a nice middle ground. And that's why I got it. If you don't like that, sucks. I'm sorry. That's why I got it. Cool. Gear's here. Hey, Gear, how you doing? Oh, you could pull him in. He's not here yet. Hey, Gear, how you doing? Gearcon, can you hear us?
Yes. How do I sound?
You sound good. Gear is here, everyone. I just went over my St. Jude spiel, so I won't go over it right yet. But everyone, Gearcon, who you hear, and I'll switch. I can actually switch over to the 3-person view. There we go. Gearcon is the one that has offered up all these incredible St. Jude raffles. So if you are appreciating that, do an 07 in chat, give Gearcon a little bit of love. We've had some donations rolling in. It's been great. Yeah. Passed our last milestone of 46,000. Set the next milestone of $50,000, which is pretty wild.
I was listening in the car when he hit 46, when he passed over 46, and I was thinking, I'm trying to think of something. If we hit 50,000, got to do something.
Well, I set a milestone. So we'll see. We'll see if we get there. Let's see if we get there. But we're talking weapon kits, everyone. So like I said, there was a few offered last year. I can't remember the full range of weapon kits offered last year, but this year there's been a number of things. So we have the Aegis Retaliator size 3 bomb rack in both Warbond and regular. We have the Retaliator size 5 bomb rack. And then, of course, we have the size 3. What's that? Is this the same? Which one is this? Okay, this size 3 bomb rack holds a lot of bombs.
Somebody did the math. It was 100 and I gotta scroll up now.
Oh my god, that is crazy.
Or repost it again because 112.
112. Oh my gosh.
It's the space aardvark.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and these are the size 3s. Okay, those are the size 3s. That's wild. Obviously, we got the same with the size 5s. A smaller capacity, but still quite a few bombs being carried there. That is 8 size 5 bombs for the Retaliator. And then, of course, going on up, we have the Eclipse with a size 3 bomb rack weapon kit as well. Kind of interesting looking module there. That's why the Eclipse is in that new standards thing. Okay, we're going to get to that in a minute then because I'm confused about something. The Eclipse with a size 5 bomb rack kit. Again, same sort of deal. Kind of see the bombs here. Pretty cool. It's like a little module there. I didn't know the Eclipse was technically modular, but I guess it's not a module. It's a weapon kit.
It was. Well, it wasn't originally.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, that was the thing is the only thing that was the bomber classification that could kind of do both torpedoes and bombs was when they came out with a size 3 bomb rack was the Gladiator. You could put the bombs on the wings and then you had 2 size torpedoes underneath the size 5s.
Yeah.
And I've always been a big thing of...
Oh, that's modular now?
Well, it's one of those things where it was like, hey, we have these things that are called bombers, but all they are is torpedo boats. But they don't drop bombs, and it never made sense that they didn't drop bombs. And now CIG went, we're going to make them actually drop bombs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Retcon it.
And then, of course, we have this Aegis Eclipse size 10 bomb rack weapon kit. Heard a lot of people talking about this one. Kind of wild. Only one fits in there, but pretty wild. Pretty wild. Oh, my goodness. Got to pause. $1,000 donation from Mufasa just came in, everyone. Pump the brakes.
Legendary.
Everyone pump the brakes. Let's pause. We were talking about size 10. Yeah, we were talking about size 10 bombs, and Mufasa just dropped a size 10 bomb right in our laps. Goodness gracious. Mufasa has donated multiple $1,000 donations to the charity so far. Thank you very much, Mufasa. You are a legend. I do think that warrants a bean, unfortunately.
What was this one going to?
This was for airfare for patients and families and the Master of Industry pack.
Oh, Master of Industry.
All right. Got to get myself ready here. By the way, everyone, 528 viewers on Twitch tonight and 178 on YouTube. Do appreciate all the support. Twitch drops are active, by the way, so watch the stream. You get your Twitch drop. All right. Here we go. We're doing Bean Boozled for charity. Nasty beans. Oh, no. I got the bad color. I can already tell this is the bad color. Yeah.
Is that stink bug?
This one is... Let me look at it. This one... Yeah, this one is either... Ooh, no. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is stink bug or toasted marshmallow. It's one of my least favorite. One of my least favorite. Art, what'd you get, bud?
Liver and onions or cappuccino.
Okay.
So not terrible.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
I've lucked out so far.
Bottoms up, my friend. Bottoms up. Oh God. No. No. That's not roasted toasted marshmallow. That one's going to be hard to get down.
I gotta tell you, sometimes with some of those flavors, I'm like gagging over here. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Just so everyone knows, yeah, there's two of every jelly bean in here, like two colors, but the colors are gross flavor and a semi good flavor. And mine was either going to be stink bug or toasted marshmallow, and I got stink bug. So yeah, it's good. It's not good.
I got cappuccino. I have been knocking it out of the park tonight.
This
is like the best. This is the best stream ever. This is my favorite one. I'm here for it.
He's been doing great. He's been doing great. Wing Zaber says hydrate. Do appreciate that. Give me a little sip here. That is a rough one. That is a rough one. Next on the weapon kit front, obviously the K and T kits up for sale. Funny thing about these is, man, they're a lot cheaper from a war bond perspective than they are. I mean, the war bond versus store credit prices are pretty extreme on these, especially for the T kit. I always forget that, but crazy. Mufasa, again, buddy, thank you for that $1,000 donation. You are a legend. $47,645 raised, everyone. Tonight could be another record night. We're at a lifetime of $88,203. Incredible. Everyone give Mufasa an 07. Yeah.
And what do you think of these, this round of weapon kits? Just in general, that they're being, that this as a method of revenue raising for CIG, because I think they're testing the waters with things like this as what are we going to sell after 1.0, right?
I do
because
too, yeah.
They're not going to sell ships, so they have to move into something else.
I've been told they are. I've been told
really?
Ship sales will continue for the life of the game, probably. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying on that. Where
I mean, for a long time they said they weren't going to sell ships after they went live. So
yeah,
I mean, they've
and
gone back on that. So
in what I've said, maybe they'll change from that too. You know what I mean? Or maybe that was not accurate. I
could see them still selling new ships, right? Concepts, as an introduction.
Right. That's sort of what I meant. Sorry. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Like old ships as well. Here's what I will say. The reason I am pro weapon kit is because the alternative is worse. And here's the alternative. In my opinion, the alternative to weapon kits is variants. Okay, I'll give you my most hated ship as the example. And I actually love this ship. It's one of my favorite designs, but I don't own one, and it's specifically because of how they're sold. And it's the Talons. The Talon and Talon Strike. I don't like that one is like the guns one and one's the missiles one. I would rather that be a weapon kit that I can choose to employ on the single ship. So for me, it's the weapon kits are, first off, I don't mind them just in general. As long as you can buy them in game, I'm fine with them being sold. But to me, they are definitely the lesser of two evils. And I wouldn't even qualify this as a negative thing. But to me, the weapon kits, take away the thing like a variant. So for example, because of these weapon kits, now I'm pretty certain we're not going to be seeing Eclipse variant called the Eclipse Bombastic that drops bombs instead of the torps. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
That's my thing with it, and that's kind of why I think we'll always be pro weapon kit, because it gives you further agency over your ship you have bought, and you can do it at a smaller price point to get that additional agency. Going through some of the other ones here, though, the Wolves I think they're new, right? The Wolf ones are new.
No, those are the ones.
Oh yeah, those are the same ones. Sorry, the ballistic and the weapons laser kit again. That is a weapon kit I own for my Alpha Wolf. One of the new ones though is right here. The RSI Meteor got a size. Let's go into it. Actually, we've looked at it on stream previously, but it is a size 5 laser repeater. It looks pretty cool. So if you get these, you can switch these out on your Meteor. I forget what the Meteor came with originally, though. I forget what its weapon loadout is.
Hey, Grim.
Yeah.
I was trying to follow along with you. Where are you at? How do you get to this spot?
It's kind of tricky. I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link. Yeah, it's I'll post it right in chat for anyone who wants to follow along with it. But yeah, it's the Meteor weapon kit. The Scorpius was from last year. Now, to me, again, the Scorpius one, very interesting, because putting that missile rack on your Scorpius, it's pilot control, which really changed the dynamic of that ship for me. The Gladiator there's a size 3 bomb rack. I think these were from last year, right? And the size 3, size 5 bomb racks, and then I believe. Then we have the Nova turret change, the bomb racks for the actual ships as well. I forget what all these go on. Let's see.
From last year. I remember.
Yeah, these are from last year, these weapon racks. And they go on the Avenger, Gladius, Arrow, Anvil Hornet, Mark 1 and 2s, the Banu Defender, Crusader Mercury, Drake Buccaneer, the Talons, Misk Freelancer, the Reliant, and the RSI Mantis. I guess you could, if you had these, you could put these on the base Talon and make that a little bit more flexible. But yeah, so yeah, for me, again, I'm pro this stuff because I think it takes away that sort of nasty aftertaste of getting a variant that's only a variant because it has an armament difference. You know what I mean?
Well, you can get you could take the Wolf for its style that because I think you preferred the Alpha Wolf over the Wolf, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And we were able to keep the ballistic from the Wolf and then put it on the Alpha Wolf, so you got the best of both options. For your ship.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes me feel good about the purchase. You know what I mean? Where a lot of variants, especially the ones separated by armament, and again, I go back to the Talon, I always feel like you always sort of feel like you're choosing and losing out. You know what I mean? In the end, I think when a variant is because of a role change, that's okay. So when it goes from combat to cargo or dropship to cargo or whatever, however the role changes, I think that's okay. But the weapon kits don't change the role. It's still a combat ship. Now, it may change the way the vector that it comes in regards to combat, but it's still a combat ship. The role hasn't changed. You know what I mean?
And is the kit the only way to get like that? The description you had there for the Alpha Wolf, the L-22.
Yeah.
Is the kit the only way to get to that combo that you found, most that you liked the most? Like it's not available.
Well,
just to go in and buy with UEC. I'm just curious.
I think they are available via UAC. I can't talk. AUEC came. Okay. But what I did last year when the Alpha Wolf came out, I had a Wolf. I immediately CCU'd from the Wolf to the Alpha Wolf because the Alpha Wolf was a little bit more expensive. CCU'd there, and then that was a minimal amount of money. I think it was like $10, $15. Then I just had to pay the $12, $15 for the laser weapon kit that was on my previous Wolf. So then I had the Alpha Wolf with its ballistics and the laser weapons from the original Wolf. And I was able to essentially get the best of both of those ships for essentially $30. You know what I mean? So CIG's still getting their money, but yet I felt like I got what I wanted out of the deal. Like I felt good after that purchase, right? So,
and that's the combo I was wondering. Like, and I'm just really kind of asking the question: is it only available via a kit? And I was hoping some of those combinations of like a really good gun or bomb rack or something like that might only be available via a kit. I know it's kind of, or at least maybe for a time period where there's actually a reason, because that's one of the things where, if CIG is really going to use this to stay afloat when the game goes live, what actually pushes people to buy these other than the time saver? Is it you get it this way for a week before it's available via UEC? Because I do think everything should be available via Alpha UEC or UEC in the game and not available only via credit some way. But I'm not against the time limitations.
I would caveat that though. And this is what some people in chat may not like me hearing, or may not like hearing me say. I actually don't give a damn if this stuff is purchasable with a UEC. They can make it just all cash money. I'm fine with it. What I think has to happen is it has to be purchasable with UEC. And what I mean there is the alpha part of this game does not matter. When this thing hits 1.0, I think all this stuff should be in the game, because then we won't be using AUEC, we'll be using UEC. And at that point, I think is when that matters, right? And this, and again, we're just talking,
should be available absolutely in game, not just.
But where I'm going with that is if it's not available in game tomorrow, because we're still in alpha, I'm okay with that. If CIG suddenly the day before Star System 1.0 launches, they say, oh, hey, by the way, all that shit we had that was only purchasable with real money, we're putting that in the game via blueprints and or purchasable for certain vendors through certain reps today. I'm fine with that, as long as it goes in before 1.0. And again, the reason is because I don't look at this as a game. I've said this many, many times. This is not a game to me yet. I don't look at it as a game. It's a test article for something we hope turns into a really cool game. It's got threads of gameplay in it, but it's not a game. And that's okay. It's not a knock on Star Citizen. It's getting there for sure. It just means that, and here's the thing, critical mass is how will CIG make money after 1.0? That's the question. And this is the thing that keeps coming up. And this is what I think a lot of the people that are salty about some of this stuff being sold, they still have to answer this question is, how do you pay the employees making the game if there's no subscription fee? WoW has been around for 3,000 years because they charge a subscription fee. I know. I've been paying it since 2006. That's why it's still here. Because they have income. A lot of it, but they have income, right? When that income drops, they make changes to the game. When it goes up, they try to ride it. CIG still has to have income, whether that's through microtransactions, selling ships, selling weapons blades, or saying to hell with all that, we're not selling anything, we're going to do a subscription. They still have to have money coming in. It is a business. They're not doing this. Isn't a hobby. I say this all the time in the film and TV industry. This shit is not a hobby for me. I don't do visual effects because I enjoy it and it's like my hobby. No, I enjoy gaming and sitting on my ass and watching movies. I do that other stuff because it's a job and I need to be employed and I need to make money, right? And you don't, it doesn't take you do not have to be an accountant to look at CIG's financials and see very clearly that while, yes, they're going to break $1 billion raised over the lifetime of the project, they do not have anywhere even remotely close to that on hand. I mean, if anything, they're scraping by in some regard. It's because the game is very expensive to make.
Yeah, that's why. I kind of wonder every so often. I'm like, going, you guys got to think about how you're gonna, develop a pipeline of cash flow here.
Well,
I mean, other than selling the one-off ships, that's why I asked the question about, what do you think about this or that? Because it's one of the things I'd like to, as somebody who's invested time, resources, and wants to see the game have a future. I'd really like to hear them firming up, hey, this is our plan for how we're going to make revenue and keep everyone employed and actually keep the server lights on after we go live.
And to be fair, I saw someone point out in chat, there are free-to-play games that have been free-to-play for a long time, but even a lot of them are microtransaction-based, right? And the ones that aren't, the ones that are truly free-to-play, I'm going to be honest with you, I've checked some of those out. They're not that great. They're not that great of games. And it's understandable. How do you keep...
And this one really couldn't be. I mean, because the server costs just to keep these environments alive are going to be substantial.
Yeah.
But I counter that with we're already paying a subscription service. How many people are Imperators? How many people are already paying that monthly fee for additional stuff? It's already a subscription service. They're just going to convert it. 1.0 hits, and you're going to have two tiers. You'll have the $20 one, and you'll probably have a $10 one. And congratulations, that's that's your subscription service. So we're already paying that.
Yeah.
At least those of us that do
tithe,
that do tithe Chris Robert, bless his holy name.
Yeah.
Hey, and if they just converted that and said, hey, this is gonna go, live. Those of you who've been doing this, it's the membership plus you get access to, these monthly whatever calls.
Well, I mean,
that would be great. I mean, if they just said, this is what we're going to do once we go live, we're going to turn this into a subscription. I'd love to hear something like that. That's where I'm just stuck at, is I'm like, come on, tell us a little bit about how you're going to keep the lights on.
I think we're so far away from a 1.0 level of release that they don't really know what they want to do quite yet. I think they have a general idea. Those of us that are subscribers already get benefits within free cosmetics and or stuff and or ships that we get to fly in addition to that are in our things for the month or whatever. So
I think they're worried about. I think they're worried about saying it. Honestly, I think that you're right. I think they have an idea. Chris Roberts has got an idea of what he wants to do, but I don't think they want to say it just yet because it flies in the face of some of their promises.
Well, here's
and I'm not against it. I'm really not against it. I'm like, hey, I get it. I mean, the realities of economics require you to not do some of the things you promised because you promised the thing was going to stay running forever and ever, and you were going to, keep a $100 million, $100 million team going.
Well, I think part of it,
and not charge for it. But
I think part of it has to do with the fact is one, they don't want to. It's not a game yet. So selling a subscription service to a game that isn't a game is not great press. We've seen a lot of games that have sold subscriptions that are in early access that don't make it.
Yeah.
and it always ends
Yeah.
poorly. So
So you've got the press.
It's a bad marketing look. It looks like another cash grab. It looks like, hey, this is it's all a scam, and they're just trying to grab money and all this other stuff. So I think once we get closer to a more stable environment where 1.0, a date has been relatively set, we know, hey, this is the future of 1.0. We're getting there. It'll be there within the next year or two. I think we'll hear that. I think we'll hear about, hey, this is going to be our subscription service. This is what we're looking at. But until we get to that point, they're not going to say that. We are supporting development, which is what we're doing. And then it's going to turn into, now your support is going to continue development through subscription.
They're holding off because of how some of the other platforms out there have kind of crashed, burned, and gone supernova.
Yeah.
In the past. Yeah. I could see that. Makes sense.
Well, and the other thing too is that again, it goes back to that argument on like monetization versus the pay to win argument, right? Where how does CIG continue bringing in money without attaching themselves to any sort of pay to win controversy? Because even if I say things like, well, winning is subjective. So what is pay to win? Is pay to win having the biggest ship? Is it having the fastest ship? Is it having the biggest turret? Is it having the newest armor? What is winning to you? Putting that aside, any sort of microtransaction stuff is always saddled with the pay to win argument in games. It just, CIG would hardly be the first. And part of the reason people play this game too is because of this like high fidelity level systemic world that they're building, right? To being able to fly let's be honest, a lot of people backing this game do it because, I can fly from surface to orbit and then to a different system with no loading screens, or I like the fact that I can walk through my ship and it's just practically this first person shooter level, and then I just all this stuff. Well, all that stuff is very, very expensive to make and create at the level we see it in Star Citizen. There's a reason why other games don't do this, right? So, whenever we have these big events, first off, I will say this: these big events like DefenseCon, CitizenCon, IAE, and even some of these smaller events that happen throughout the year, I think CIG will sort of continue doing this sort of stuff as a way to generate money. And maybe they don't sell stuff just all the time throughout the year, but they just package it up in these little burst moments throughout the year. Again, there's a lot of different ways they could tackle this. The only thing we do know is they need to have money coming in. And some people are going to be upset about certain things that are sold. Other people are not. For example, there's going to be people that are pissed that the Odin is sold. There's going to be people that are pissed that Javelins are sold. There's going to be people that are pissed that Flight Blades are sold. There's going to be people that are pissed that armor sets are sold. They're going to be like, why can't you just find the blueprints and craft them in game? It'd be great if we could do everything in game for no cost. But again, the game has to be funded somehow. So, and with Star Citizen, I would go a little bit further. Star Citizen is a game that was built from day one on the concept of you are paying for development, us, the player. So anyone who's sort of come into Star Citizen without understanding that you're going to be a little bit of a money funnel for them, I would maybe go so far as to say is a slightly naive approach to Star Citizen versus any other game out there. I mean, from day one, they've been saying, we need your money, right? Yeah. We need your money to make this damn game and make Squadron, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, how much money, how they get that money from you, that's all debatable, of course. There's some stuff CIG does that's bad, some stuff they do that is good. But at the end of the day, they've been very open. They want your money. This has not been hidden. It's not like this is Elder Scrolls 4 here, and suddenly they're selling us horse armor. We knew from the get-go what this was about. Now, we want CIG to act responsibly. We also have the power to spend responsibly. We're not alone in that equation. So we'll just have to see. And that is and that is the conversation that happens anytime any group talks about Flight Blade. and weapon kits. It's just part of it, because I saw some people in chat saying, why are we talking about it? Because this is what always is talked about when you talk about the weapon kit thing. So get those in if you're interested, everyone. Get them if you're interested. All right. We talked about that. Now it's time to move on. Get to the nitty gritty of today. What was important about today? Well, you know what was important. It was Drake Day, damn it. So we're going to talk about Drake. The Ironclad's released. We all knew it. We all been checking them out all week. They came into the PTU pretty damn rough, but we were able to at least get a sense of these two ships and how they performed, what they offered, and what that Drake kit, could produce. We've seen, with these manufacturer kits and the ship teams at CIG using these kits, we've seen what those kits could do for RSI. Okay, the RSI manufacturer's kit obviously built up over the history of RSI ships, but really starting to be focused on during the Polaris's development. And we've seen that transition into the Perseus, which even got a little bit better. And I'm sure it'll lead into the Galaxy, which will blow us all away. Again, that maturation there of the kit. The Ironclad is sort of, and again, the ships before it can be counted as part of this too. But Ben Curtis was pretty open when he said that, the Ironclad is sort of building out the Drake kit at scale for larger Drake ships, Kraken, but also ships we don't know about. I'm sure there's going to be other big Drake ships. And this is our first look at that Drake kit at scale. I think the reaction from community has been very happy. And we are going to deep dive the Ironclads here in just a minute. But the Ironclads have released both versions, the base and the assault. Next, we had Drake's version of the Snub Fighter, of the Fury, come into the conversation. Drake Pitbull.
It'd be the Chihuahua.
What's that?
It should be the Chihuahua.
I've heard Chihuahua. I've heard Piranha. I've heard a lot of good options.
Small.
I like Pitbull. I do think Pitbull would have been a good name for like a medium ship, though. Terrible. Like a medium or heavy fighter. A little bit bigger. A Drake heavy fighter. That's what it should have been called.
Pitbull is just a little bit more oomph than a.
Botox says Flea. The Drake Flea. Can you imagine you're talking to your friends and like, oh, Art, what are you flying? I'm like, I'm in the Flea. Don't worry, I'm coming to rescue you all. Don't worry, everything's good.
After I hitch a ride on somebody else's ship to get there.
Yeah. Yes. Someone says the Mosquito, all good. The Gnat, there's some good ones in there. The Honey Badger. Shout out Q. I have a Honey Badger. Good gun. Mm-hmm. All right. Drake Pitbull. We're going to get into that. I checked it out in game, and for those that were watching me stream it earlier today in Discord, I got in the Pitbull, and within about 5 seconds of getting in it, I flew right into the wall and destroyed it and myself and bricked my game for a good hour.
I showed up at the perfect moment, too. I hopped in. I was like, hey, what's going on? What are you guys doing? Boom. Okay. Then.
I literally got in the damn thing. I was flying it around my hangar saying, oh, so maneuverable. It's so spry and fast. And I was talking it up and went right into the damn wall. GearCon saw it. Art saw it. Bunker Fist saw it. It was not a good look. The great part
was you were talking it up. You're like, oh, it's so nimble. It's great. It handles so quick.
It was not a good look. It was not a good look. A couple donations. Joe Thunder with a $60 donation. Appreciate that, Joe. And Eagle with a $25 donation. Oh, real quick, everyone. Before I continue with Drake, real quick. Originally, we were going to do the drawing tonight for the Aurora Mark I Series pack. We have delayed that drawing. We're going to do that drawing probably this Sunday. I want to generate a few more ticket sales for that. Okay, if you want some damn good odds, get your tickets for those Aurora Mark I Series pack. Remember, those are being sunsetted. Get your pack now. You can show off to future Star Citizen players who don't know what the hell the Aurora Mark I is, and you can be the fancy pants one flying those around. So get in on that. I think what did we get for that? It's a $5 entry, right?
$5, yeah.
$5. $5 donation to St. Jude.
So
yeah, probably do that drawing on Sunday, the 17th. could be delayed to next Wednesday, which is Aegis Day, but we'll see. It's going to be one of those, but don't hesitate. Get in on it. Do appreciate it. Next, the Warbond Daily Deal, the Corsair. I've said this many times, and feel free you all to interject if you have any thoughts on any of these, but the Corsair, one of my favorite ships in the game, based purely on vibe, but it actually is a really useful ship in game. It can get a lot of stuff done really well. The Corsair is always been one of those ships that was at the top of my this ship is cool look. To me, it's the true Millennium Falcon of Star Citizen. I know CIG talked up the MSR as that, but to me, it's all about the Corsair. So, really cool ship. That is the Warbond Daily
Hold on,
Deal.
I gotta stop you. What about the Corsair is the Millennium Falcon to you?
To me, the Corsair it's a vibe thing. It's not a specific feature thing. It's a vibe thing. It's just that to me, it's the smuggler ship through and through. It's bristling with guns. It's got the nice cozy habitation area. Sure, they could have dressed it up to be a little bit more internally referential of the Millennium Falcon, but from just a pure vibe standpoint, I think the Corsair is much more Millennium Falcon than the MSR was. And I know CIG kind of pumped up the MSR as Star Citizen's Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, small, mid-size.
Art's going to fight me. Art's going to fight me over this. I can tell.
I'm trying to think of which doctor I want to call to have you medicated.
I understand.
I can see it. I can see it. I mean, small. That's where I went when you said it. Mid-size, a little bit of cargo, jack of all trades, kind of a ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially with Drake's kind of nod towards the smuggler, the illegal.
I also want to say this is the second time that you've signified as being Rebel scum. First part being a Scorpius fan. Now this, I'm just saying, I think you picked a side.
Well,
and it's the side of the Rebel scum.
Yeah.
Long live the Empire.
There you go. Briggsy says, "How dare you, Graham?" I get it. Not everyone agrees with me. It is what it is. Got a great turnout tonight, everyone. 614 on Twitch, which is amazing. I don't think I've ever had that many. 192 on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. Again, if you're watching, the Twitch drops are activated. You can get in on that. Okay. Corsair, Warbond Daily Deal with 10 years insurance. We'll move on now.
No. Danger Hobo's comment. That's
wait a minute. What was
comment
Danger
of the show. Call a butt doctor, please. Plastic surgery will be no help.
Yeah.
That's
time.
Well done, sir.
Time Danger
well
Hobo
done.
out for a series of minutes immediately. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, the aforementioned stuff with the flight blades pertaining to certain Drake ships, Buccaneer, Clipper, Corsair, and stuff available, as well as some of the Drake clothing stuff, which I never really recommend, unless you're trying to get it just for rarity's sake, like the Defense Con stuff. But obviously, Drake ships up for offer. Buccaneer, God, the Buccaneer is a ship I want to like. I actually do. I've heard that it performs really well. It's a ship I want to like. I'd love to see the Buccaneer in the new Drake stylings, to be totally honest with you.
That's what the Buccaneer Mark II is for.
Yeah, we need a Buccaneer Mark II. Actually,
you're pushing for Buccaneer Mark II.
What I'm waiting on actually is more of a Drake heavy fighter. You know what I mean? Like a pure Drake heavy fighter. That would be something I'd be kind of interested in. But yeah, Drake Buccaneer. Obviously the Caterpillar, the poor Caterpillar, I think from a command module standpoint, feature standpoint, that's cool. But I just the Ironclad went up in price quite a bit. We're going to talk about that, but man, I just cannot recommend the Caterpillar. I would recommend a C2 Hercules or many other cargo ships before I recommended, the Caterpillar. So yeah. Real quick. North says, StarJump Grim, did you miss the Gray's Buccaneer in the Tactical Strike Group video? North, I did miss that. Get me a time code, sir. Give me a time code. Sergeant Perry says that was a regular buck. Well, here's what I will say. I do know first off, there's another Gray's Market ship coming in July called the Basher. And we do know we've sort of seen possibly what's going to be another Gray's Market ship from that Squadron 42 vertical sliced video. We don't know if that's a basher or not. So we know there'll be stuff out there. So, but yeah, I can't really recommend the Caterpillar. The Clipper, giving away 3 of these later this evening. 3. Really cool ship. I think once the crafting comes online for this one, its value is just going to be really good for the price point. Right now, I feel like maybe it's a little it's not quite worth the money, but when you add that working crafting machine in, it will be worth the money easily. And I don't think that's far away. Again, it sounds like from what John Cruz said, they just need a little bit of feature tech with the crafting stations in terms of them printing and taking from the car or printing to the cargo grid. So I think that can't be too damn difficult to get out. So Drake Clipper, cool ship. I love the look of it. No, you did not miss the Ironclad giveaway. Obviously Corsair on sale. One of my favorite ships. Cuddy Black still, I think I'd still go so far as I don't know what you guys think. Still one of the best damn little medium ships in the game. It really gets the job done. It's got kind of a good bit of everything about it. It's solid. Yeah, I still recommend this ship to people pretty frequently. G&D one says Cuddy Black or Corsair if you can only have, Corsair for sure, just for the vibes. But you cannot deny the Cuddy. I mean, it really gets the job done. It gets the job done.
For the Millennium Falcon vibes.
For those Millennium Falcon vibes that Art knows is true. See, Art's going to be punished after this stream. That's what you don't know.
Yeah.
That's what you don't know. That's what you don't realize.
You know, I'll take a reduction in pay.
Okay. Okay. All right. You're really going to be scraping the bottom there. That it's the pay is not good for this show. I'm sorry.
I'll pay you back. I'll just be like, here's $5. There you go.
E2 Kairu just donated $25 towards beans. Damn it, E2. Okay, we're doing some beans then. Gather them up there, Art. We're gonna go through these ships while we eat beans.
I just want to say that nobody knew that was an option for the longest time, and that's been great.
And now it's an option. Oh God!
And now people know it's an option.
And I did not get a good color. This is the bad color. This is once again stink bug and toasted marshmallow. Damn it. Thank you, E2. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Art, don't delay it any longer. You were going so slow, and you know you're going to get a good flavor.
Kirkon as a guest, left or right, sir? And I know. Just note that it's in reverse for you.
Right.
So it's my right then?
You're right.
You're right.
Joe Thunder with a $70 donation. Joe, thank you very much towards the Clippers. All right, bottoms up.
This is bar for Peach, and I'm not lucky.
Oh boy. Nope.
That got it. I was doing so good too.
Nope. Oh, I'm drinking this orange. Yeah. I'm drinking this orange drink because of my throat, and that drink does not mix with these beans, man. I'm telling you. That was bad. I got stink bug again. Thank you very much, E2. Appreciate you very much, Joe Thunder. Thank you for that donation, buddy.
What gets me so much on
beans with you guys here, so mine are just jelly bellies.
Though,
okay. What gets me so much with this barf is it's not like you had, it's that acidy, like you've been at it for a minute vomit. That all of you who have vomited now are experiencing with me, and you're welcome for that.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good. Colorless Blue. Bounty hunting ship, 175. I know a lot of people like it. I actually don't have a lot of experience with the blue. But for the people that do fly it pretty regularly, I mean, I hear still good things about the blue. But there you go. Cuddy Blue.
Waiting for a lot to be implemented.
Yeah.
In order to really see it really shine.
Yeah, I agree with that. Cuddy Red. The Cuddy Red's interesting because it wasn't too awful long ago that this was in many ways, kind of a must-have ship. It says the giveaways ended. Oh, I can open it back up till the end of the show. Sorry, let me go to Gleam and do that. I'll open it back up. I can do that. $50 or $30 from Conal. Thank you very much. Yeah, Yeah, I didn't mean for it to end right away. Sorry, I want to end it manually. So I will. Let me open that back up. Bear with me. Cuddy Red though. I mean, I think nowadays it there's too many other good options. I mean, would you guys agree?
Yeah.
There's the problem is, I think part of it has to do with the fact that Atlas doesn't fit in anything really at all.
Kind of a large ship for for what it offers, actually. Yeah, about 38 meters long, I think.
So I think if it fit in more things,
yeah,
it would be used over the Pisces for the additional kind of a little bit more armor, a little bit more weapons that has to it, and it would be more popular.
Yeah.
But the fact is, it doesn't. So because it doesn't, it's just not used.
The Pisces is just too good.
Well, it's too small.
Yeah.
Everyone,
not to
interrupt with y'all real quick, just 1 second. Everyone, the Gleam link is working now for the Ironclad. I opened the giveaway back up. It's still got some time on it, so you should be able to enter the giveaway if you haven't already. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it had ended. But yes, I guess for me, I would just prefer to have this C8R, especially when you think of the future synergy with ships like fitting a C8R in a Carrack, in a Polaris, in a Galaxy. I'm assuming you can fit a C8R in an Ironclad Assault. I would think.
I mean, this will be good in the actual game, but we need differentiation in the beds. We need bigger guns and armor to play a role. Then this will have a purpose. But as it is right now in the alpha, I think it's just get a Pisces.
I actually think this ship should get its bed sized up by 1, personally.
Yeah, I could see that.
It's a medical bed creep, and I'm against it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But it's just got 2 tier 3s in it, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I've long wanted this ship to have 1 tier 2, 1 tier 3 is what I've been wanting this ship to have for its size. Because this ship grew. But at the same time, I totally see what you're saying. You do start to get into kind of a dangerous place when you start that kind of creep. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but was it with you, Gear? I can't remember, but we were talking about the size 10 beam, supremacy laser beam on the Tiburon, and I voiced my displeasure with that again. And someone, and maybe it was you, Gear, said, well, maybe they're planning on upping the size of the laser beam weapon on the Idris to something like a size 11 or 12. And I was thinking at the time, I was like, oh, that'd be good, because I'm really against the Tiburon having a size 10 beam. But again, you do get into this weird area where like you start creeping things, and it's like, if it's for the balance of the game, great, but there's so many knock-on effects to things, creeping like that. And unfortunately, the only way you can have a really good educated understanding of how that's going to affect things is if you know of the stuff to come that us as players don't really know. You know what I mean?
Well, and that goes to part of it too with, look at the NERSA. The NERSA was like, it's in everything now.
Yeah.
That's one of the main things everybody always asks is, can this ship fit a NERSA?
Yeah.
And it's like, it's now kind of eliminated a lot of these medical ships that we kind of had options for, because NERSA can fit it. I am guilty of this as well. The first thing I asked was, can the Ironclad Assault hold a NERSA? If it is, great, it's a fob.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's just one of those things like,
absolutely.
I know medical was such a back burner thing, but I just wish they would do more with it.
It's funny to me because the whole, and I've seen other people complain like, oh, why does everyone care what fits? And the reason people care is not because they really give a shit if X thing fits in X in Y thing. What they care about, really what's being said there is they care about further customization of their ship. You know what I mean? Further, being able to push the ship in a direction that enhances their gameplay or supports their gameplay better. And I constantly think of things like, I wonder, a lot of people disagree with me on this. This is one of my ideas that probably the most people disagree with. And I've long stated that I don't understand why CIG doesn't have in the future where you have, and I'm not saying tier 1, but like tier 3 med beds there where it's the bed and like a big terminal that powers the bed, and you can put the healing medical gel in. And it takes up, I don't know, 4 SCU of space on a cargo grid or however much SCU space, and it goes on there and it pulls from the power draw of your ship. And you being able to do that and put it on any ship, as long as you had the power for it, as long as you had the grid space for it, all that. I want that because, again, I want to be able to further jerry-rig my ships to be what I want. I kind of don't like the idea where it's like, okay, slam a NERSA in there in any space you could find, like this big ground vehicle. I would rather there be a little bit more nuanced way of approaching things like that, so that that's not always a question, but go ahead.
And
a lot
John
of people disagree with that.
John Chavez posted something in chat, and I completely agree with it. And it's a great way to make a change without changing much.
Okay.
And that's to allow the Cutlass Red to hold more med gel than the C8 or the NERSA. And that changes a lot. I mean, yeah, you can manually relay it, but giving it an option to hold more from the get-go from a canister, does give it an advantage over the others, and maybe would be more likely to be used. Yeah.
Yeah. I think ideas like that are great. You know what I mean? And again, sometimes I forget about stuff like that, stuff that those knobs and switches you can turn again to further, to make up ground without fully switching out a major component like that. Yeah, it makes sense. Kill switch with a stretch. Thank you very much. Get a couple of these follows, by the way. K-Knight 311. Actually, let me go back. Well, CJ Land Calrissians. God, these are hard for me. Sorry, I can't read. Reaper, Kahunigma, Flameleer, Stu, Brain Surgeon. Thank you for the follows. Pickaxe, Dumb Bogey, Valisoft for the resub. Nafik TV, Andros, Filthy Casual, One Bath, Death Shot, Grim Trick, Stealtho Jezza. A lot of follows tonight. It's incredible. Severn, Abbott, Earender, I ate your puppy. Sorry, I ate your puppy as a follow. Thank you. Cuzler, Sully the Savage, Sleep and Nap, XMR, FRRT. I'm sure that's something that I just don't want to say. Grim 297, great name. Cryo Root, Quiet Sector, Freaky Autumn, Kitty, Primeval Adam. All these follows, incredible. Captain Harlock, GND1, Survivor to Hero, Space Dolphin, Major Big Boss, Sath Hill, Welly, It's Flacco, Doc Declare, Magnum, Night Flame, Pineapple Dave, good old Pineapple Dave, Dawn Rising, Jung for You, For Nishi, Chief Factor, Grons with the subscribe, Demon for the follow, and Roltius. Hopefully I said that right. Thank you very much. Got a new sub goal. 10 was just completed. Thank you all very much. We're up to, man, we've gained a ton of followers tonight. A couple hundred, actually. Followers just tonight. We're at 8,754 followers. Thank you very much, everyone. That's incredible. And over on Twitch, got 194 over on YouTube and 652 on Twitch. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. Moving on to that controversial topic, the Cutlass Steel. Totally not a controversial ship. If there was any ship that was like lukewarm soup, this is it. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, this ship, a lot of people have opinions on. Drop ship, I don't totally understand. Yeah, polarizing. I still don't totally understand drop ships personally. For me, this drop ships in Star Citizen for me are great on paper, but not well implemented. From a gameplay perspective, I think drop ships should have much different features. For example, I think, I'm going to go wild for a minute here. I think drop ships should have some miniature form of planetary shield tech on them, where when they land, there is a small bubble around them that they can activate that lasts for a period of time, 30 seconds or something, so that when they land, they can activate that bubble. And it's sort of like a momentary planetary shield bubble where everyone can disembark, but then the bubble goes away because it has a timer on it, essentially, and then the dropship has to get out of there. And that's just something off the top of my head. Either way, the drop ships as they function right now, to me, I think in future Star Citizen, especially when bases have big old massive turrets and missile defenses and all that, I think drop ships are going to get absolutely destroyed, personally. But that's just
well,
me.
I mean, we ran an op. This is now a long time ago. Well, I wouldn't say a long time ago, like probably 6 months ago, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a attack defense kind of thing, where we had a team that was kind of on a hill in Microtech, and they had a Centurion and a Ballista, and we had a drop ship and an Asgard. We used the Asgard because we were going to drop some Icties and some other stuff. Like we had this whole big plan. We were going to do all these great things, and it took a size 7 missile to the front, and it was gone. That was it.
Yeah.
It was done.
Yeah.
And we had to all restart and all fly right back in. And it was a mess. I mean, it was a good time for the org, but it was a mess, and they need to be stronger.
Let me give you an example.
Maybe
because
not as well.
Someone said it in chat, and it's a good point. I think it was Quinn. Quinn says you fly drop ships in with cover, not on their own. But here's my issue. In the Star System 1.0, we're going back to the idea of friction here for a minute, okay? Star System 1.0, you got Death of a Spaceman in, if that's still a thing, okay? Let's assume it is for a minute. You got Death of a Spaceman. You got all the friction required to get the 36 people together in your dropship, or 20, or however many fit in your dropship. They're all loaded out. Took them forever to get their gear ready and all this shit. You fly down. You got a few escorts, but you're hitting some big base that's got turrets out the wazoo. It takes you out easily. Now, you're not talking about a single pilot and a fighter that got shot down and the friction it requires for that single pilot to re-enter the mix. You're now talking a drop ship of 18 people that now have all been reset. You get what I'm saying? So it's like an exponential friction inducer. And so for me, I just don't see a world personally where you're going to want to do dropship operations with small dropships. Now, I think actually, funny enough, the best dropships, in my opinion, are going to be capital ships that can land, like the Idris and Kraken, and even subcaps, like, you know, maybe ships like the Perseus and stuff. I know they're not capital, but what you're gonna want is a ship with enough shields and armor strength that it can land, survive that onslaught, and get out of there before it's destroyed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think
That's my opinion,
the drop
but I don't know.
ships have to be a lot better. You know, they're focused and they're better armored, better shielded, right? So the steel, basically, you know, I think it's got the door gunner, but I don't think it should have really a lot of other guns. Maybe, you know, some smaller size 2, something about, you know, its mission to get on the ground and disgorge people, right? And then you ramp up the armor so that it can't be gamed and turned into a fighter or something like that. But I think you're right. I mean, it's got to be massively protected, and then it's got to be able to deliver its actual mission.
Because let me pose a question. Let me pose a question. You're running a mission, and again, everyone, we're talking Drake, so we're going to get to the new ships. Don't worry, but we're not going to spend this long on every ship, I promise. But let me pose a question to you, and this is for Chad as well. You got a big operation coming on. You're going to raid some future enemy org's base. You put a lot of time and effort getting everyone outfitted with their ammo, their armor, their gear, their weapons, this, that, and the other. You get all suited up. Everyone rallies together. You all get on board the ship. Would you want to drop ship as we have them now? Or, and a lot of our drop ships are heavily armed, by the way. Let me put that out there too. Okay. Or would you prefer a drop ship that damn near doesn't have any guns on it, but has some sort of unique dropship tech, like I described, where it comes in fast and furious before anything can really target it. It pops some sort of planetary tech bubble shield. CIG can make this shit up all day long. That gives it sort of like really good, not invulnerable, but really good shields for about 60 seconds. It has to now, within that 60-second window, land, get everyone out safely, and get the hell out of there before it's destroyed. Would you put your money on your night's operation on that sort of system, or on just a ship with a lot of guns that supposedly can withstand some G-forces that I still haven't totally seen yet? I don't know. Maybe it does. I don't know. Personally, I would want to go the other way. I do hope drop ships make sense. To me, they don't totally make sense, but that's just me. I'm ready to be wrong. It's not that I'm over here doing a bunch of drop ship gameplay, by the way. So I could be totally wrong.
Well, you're just not gonna fly for sure. You reckon hangars? You're done flying for.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those gameplay loops to me that doesn't. I don't totally get it. I don't totally get it. Same thing with boarding. Yeah, same thing with boarding ships. The Legionnaire. I still don't understand it. It's cool. The concept is cool. But to me, the Legionnaire is not interesting because it's a boarding ship. It's interesting because it's potentially a hacking ship. That's what enables the boarding. You know what I mean? Is the hacking. Because if you're trying to board a capital ship, again, I'll say, without the hacking, the boarding's impossible. So it's technically a hacking ship that just happens to have a docking collar on it. You know what I mean? So again, I want to see the Legionnaire in action, but it's another one of those ships. I'm just like, I don't know about the way they're approaching this, but we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, CIG knows a hell of a lot more than I do, so I'm sure there's something I don't understand. Cutter series. Great little series of starter ships. I do highly recommend them. Obviously, the best one right now is... which one's got the most cargo? Is it the Rambler? I forget. Oh, I think it's the base cutter. Yeah, I think the base cutter. It says transport, light freight. I think that's probably the best one to go with. Maybe once we get more deeper actor status systems, maybe the Rambler, the Rambler could be interesting. Once we get scanning, higher level scanning stuff, maybe the Scout could be interesting. But I think right now, starter level gameplay, the base cutter is kind of the way to go, personally. What else? Dragonfly. The only reason to own one of these is because you just need to have some in your Kraken. I don't understand why you... No, I'm just kidding. No, the Dragonfly is pretty cool. I've owned one of these from my early pledge days in Star Citizen, and they're just a lot of fun. Out of all the hover, like little hover bikes type things, the Dragonfly is my favorite. Most useful as well. So, Gollum and Gollum Ox. What your guys' opinions are on these? I mean, I think they're great small form factor industrial ships, industrial support ships. I generally... Go ahead.
Nice starters.
Nice starters. Yeah, nice starters. They fit in a lot of things. So again, because of their size, they're not starters that have a lot of like wasted or superfluous space. I think CIG's been pretty good about that too the last few years with starters, like thinking about ships like the Salvation, the Fortune, the Golems and stuff, where they're like, let's make and obviously starters are supposed to be small. I get that. But the idea is that we're just going to make this thing as small and compact and straightforward is possible, so you can employ it in the most ways as possible. So I kind of like that. Yeah, Gollum Ox, and they're for what you get, they're priced pretty well, I think so. Drake Herald, this is a data runner. Again, another gameplay loop that I don't totally understand. I understand what they've talked about on paper, but I don't understand how it's going to work in this game. Now, I did an episode, Fenrir, thank you for the hydrate. I did an episode maybe a couple years ago, where I talked about my idea for data running. And I have a bunch of ideas around it that I think could make it really, really interesting. I would love at some point, I've said this many times, I would love at some point for CIG to go back through some of their old design documents that they used to post, like back in 2016 and all that stuff as well, and sort of update them and repost them, so we could get a more modern understanding of what their vision for data running is, hacking, this, that, and the other. Maybe not much has changed, but just kind of a little bit of a, hey, we haven't forgotten this. This is still sort of the idea. Why do I think that's important? First off, there's a lot of old design docs on our site website, but the reason it's important, okay, Schrodinger, hats off to you. That's pretty good. A data document Mark II. We need a Mark II of these documents. It's good. Well done. But I was going to say is that people do make purchasing decisions based off some of these design documents that are like 8 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is a little bit of a scary thing to base your decision off of. So yeah, here's what I will say about the Herald.
So sketchy.
Yeah, exterior, I think it's one of the ugliest ships in Star Citizen. I hate it, and that's come from a Drake fan.
Didn't your wife call it the flea?
Yes, she did. Yeah. However, the interior of this ship, I think, is one of my favorites. It kind of looks like a little submarine inside. I really dig it. So, Ryan says best ship in the verse. Got some fans. You know what? Here's the thing: the Herald does have some fans. The Herald does have a lot of fans, believe it or not. Next, the two new bad boys on the block, the Ironclad. We're going to deep dive those in just a second, so we'll skip those for now. The Kraken and Kraken Privateer. Let's talk about the Kraken a little bit because it's the more coming soon ship. I know we've heard about a bunch of people here in chat that have tried to pick one up. And where's that visual? I had a visual I was going to show. DePoets, our good buddy DePoets, posted this. And was kind of saying how all the Krakens are out of stock, and we're out of stock within seconds. So War Bond, credit, and all that. And if you remember back to last Defense Con, the Krakens didn't sell out right away for War Bond. They persisted a little bit, especially the Privateer, I believe. Do
we have waves?
We have 6 waves.
Have waves.
There was wave about an hour ago. Again, sold out within seconds, apparently. Why is it selling out so fast? Because it's in active development and there's a release date. That is a big deal for people spending a shit ton of money on a shitting big capital ship. Okay. When there's an end date in mind for it and you know the price is going to increase, that's why people are picking it up. So 100%. I bet it was hard to snag one of these with credit this year, like harder than normal. Okay. Yeah. Ocean 911 says blame Graham. I do accept a little bit of the blame. I do accept a little bit. I hype this ship up a lot.
Yeah, I think the kit coming out. I mean the Ironclads and seeing a big Drake ship has really helped these as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Barring CIG's mantra of apparently making Drake ships extremely dark inside. People are just really excited about it. We won't belabor the Kraken too much. Obviously, I've covered it in detail on even just a recent stream, my Kraken Reborn stream, which a lot of people watched as a VOD. Again, a lot of people are interested in this. Even people not interested in these big capitals, again, I always say, even if you don't own one of these, you should always be happy when a giant backlog capital ship comes off the backlog list. It means progress, right? The only thing I would say to this is no surprise that it sold out so fast. If you are trying to get one of these and you are already committed to spending the money, all I would say is try to get it. And I'm not one of those people that goes, don't buy any ships. All you need is a starter pack. I'm not one of those people. I bought tons of ships in this game. It's how it's funded. And I very rarely tell people to go out and buy capital ships. But I will say, if you want one of these and you don't want to pay the exorbitant price when it goes flight ready, now's your time. And later this year at IAE, if you were wondering if they'll sell it at IAE, they will. They will sell this ship at IAE, so you'll have another chance. But where do we think this is going to go on flight ready? Where do we think this is going on flight ready?
You mean cost-wise?
Yeah, cost-wise.
Oh, probably. I'd say, it's going to go higher than the Idris. So tell me what the Idris is, and I'll tell you it's probably about $200 more than that.
Idris,
on both ends.
Is Idris 1900 war bond? I think 1900 war bond.
18. That's what I'm double checking.
Okay. Now, remember though, this is very important. This is the kicker with the Idris. The Idris P is like 1900 or whatever war bond. You still kind of technically, if you own the P, you're at least going to want one of those kits, which at the bare minimum is like 250 war bond for the K kit. So add another 250 on that. You're spending somewhere in that neighborhood of $2,000 or $2,100 for sort of a good
war
outfit.
Bond is 1,500.
Oh, is it 1,500 war bond for the Idris?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, not too bad.
And
Credits 1900. Okay, thank you, Garflux.
But yeah.
Okay.
So I would put it at like probably 17 for the Kraken, maybe 18.
I think you're on
Bond.
target. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's going to be more than the Idris for sure.
See, I think they're going to be more even. I think the
Yeah.
Idris is going to go. I think the Idris is going to be $2,000, and if not 2,200, and this will be 1,900 or 2,000.
You think the Idris is going to go up more than it already is?
Yes.
Oh, why do you think that?
I think.
Because that would be kind of an unprecedented move for them, boosting the price of an already released flight-ready ship.
Yeah, it's. See, I think it's going to go, and I thought the times when is I think it's going to go up when Squadron 42 releases, and then I think it's going to go up again when Star Citizen goes live. So those are the two times I think it's going to go up. And
it's possible, when Squadron releases, if they come out with that new exterior for the Idris that we have in Squadron, there's a little bit of a reason maybe you could jack the price up. I feel like they would, if they're not offering anything new at this point, I think it would be hard pressed for them to raise the price, but I could be wrong. It's sort of like, you get into a weird area with it, but I hear what you're saying. Here's the thing with the Idris, though. Here's the funny thing. With the Idris, you almost don't need to raise the price. You can just come out with more kits for it. You've already set the precedent. What if you came out with a big E-War kit for it? Or God knows what else. You know what I mean?
You can come out with
I think
a cargo extension kit or a carrier extension kit somewhere where it takes that upper rafter, that upper crosswalk off of it, so you can put bigger ships in it.
Yeah, somebody said something, like when I mentioned this, they're like, well, they wouldn't have to raise the base price of the ship. What they could do is say, oh, here's the armor kit. We always intended it to be a kit. And it's like, okay, everyone has to buy that. That's basically how you get the armor now, right? If they do something and they introduce it as a kit, that becomes a base component that everyone needs to basically have on it. It's kind of a stealth increase.
But they haven't said that the kits are specific only to purchase.
Thank you, Jelly.
Which I believe I do believe that we're going to be able to craft those kits eventually. I'm talking
I would
much
hope so.
later,
much
later.
Yeah.
But we're going to be able to craft those kits.
I think
so. Outside of grinding for it, sure, you can always just buy things. But armor in particular, I think it would go over about as well as the flight blades did, or even something even more egregious.
I use that as an example. Just that thought. Somebody proposed it, and I was like, oh, that would be a shifty way of incrementally increasing one of these, the capitals, is you introduce a kit that just becomes a mandatory upgrade that everybody needs.
I guess the thing too, though, that I think about is I just don't know if they would need to do that. I think they could just come out with a new capital.
Yeah. An anvil capital that was similar to that class.
Maybe better than I do, but at a certain point, don't you really want to maintain kind of a conservation of images and devices in the game, so that you're not because drawing the same ship like in a theater is way easier graphics wise than drawing 10 different capitals.
I don't know. I think it just comes down to polygon budgets and stuff.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's less about, because the ships aren't like instanced. That would be the case if it was instanced, right? Where if you had 17 Idrises out there and they were all just instances of one another, but these are all like player flyable with unique stuff on them and customizations and components and that. So they're their own thing. So it really just comes down to a polygon budget thing. But to that argument,
they're unique anyways.
To that argument, what I think we can say about the Krakens is they are going up in price for sure. So when it goes flight ready, and more than likely going up in price by 300, 350 probably at the minimum. So again, if you're trying to get it, now's the time. I mean, all signs are pointing to it being an absolute monster. And like you said, seeing how well they did with the ironclads and what those look like, we're in for a real treat when it comes to the Krakens. So join the cult.
People
Thank
are
you for the stretch.
seriously looking, for them. I mean, I bought a few of them. Generally, it's the war bond. These last few, try. That's the way you'll be able to get one. Is try the war bond if you really want one. These last few waves are generally the most available.
That's true. In the credits, I just hate to say your odds are extremely low. You need to prepare yourself mentally for not getting it. It's really difficult to snag. Really, really difficult to snag. Next, the mule. Mule's kind of one of those vehicles that to me doesn't have a really role right now. I've heard many people say, "Oh, this thing's going to be amazing in the future." Maybe it will be. Right now, it doesn't really serve a purpose for me. But it's a nice little cheap vehicle if you just are a vehicle collector. Pitbull, we're going to go into that next. Drake Vulture. I honestly wish I knew how many of these have been sold, because I do think the Vulture is one of the most popular ships in Star Citizen. I don't care whenever, because I see a lot of fleet images posted because of Fleet Viewer, and I got to tell you, everyone's got a Vulture in their fleet. It's crazy. It really is crazy. Great salvage ship, though. I highly recommend the Vulture. It's a fun ship. It's nicely designed. It's got a cool vibe. Feels industrial, as it should. So it's repairing a hammerhead. So very, very common sight. There you go. Buccaneer, we've now gone full circle. There you go. So those are the Drake offerings. Let's dive into the first ship, and that's the Pitbull. Let's talk about this thing for a minute. Obviously, they showed it coming out of the Ironclad assault. That was no accident. It was, I think, an easy sell for this ship. The argument is, what the hell do you do with a snub ship? And we talked a little bit about this early on the stream. I did buy one of these because I just love the look of it. And I bought it because I knew it was just a screw around and have fun ship. That's why I bought it. You know what I mean? It's just more of a, hey, I'm just going to have fun tonight. And that's why I bought it. I'm fine with that purchasing decision. And I got to say, I love it. It looks really cool. The detailing on it's great. It flies snappy. It crashes great. It crashes in a huge fire plume. It's got a lot of guns.
There were no survivors.
There were no survivors. It's small guns, but it fires a lot of them. So anyways,
for those of you who do think about it, this is probably one of the better LTI tokens.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Ryan McGamer says a swarm of disposable shield penetrators. Sorry, go ahead, Art.
I was just gonna say it's one, it's one token that we have that's not tied to a ground vehicle.
That's true. So. Yeah. Sphericon says in-game purchase for sure. Yeah, it can be that for a lot of people for sure. I do think as a design, it's one of my favorite designs CIG has done in a long time. Like new ships. The Wolf was probably the last one that I really, really liked. This is kind of the next one that I've been like, wow, I love the look of this. Lean into, like, I could go for a Drake medium or heavy fighter with this look, but scaled up sort of thing. You know what I mean? I really look the vibe and feel of it. I wish the Buccaneer had this canopy. I wish I didn't grab the photo, but someone on X had posted an image where they had kit bashed a Buccaneer, but with this cockpit canopy. And it looks so cool. It looks so cool. I want it. I wish it was a thing. But yeah. The Pitbull. Let's continue to go down here. They got some really cool imagery, as they always do. I love that this like larger piece comes down too for the seat instead of just the seat coming down on a little spindle. I've never loved that on ships, even though it is a cool way to get into ships. A ship that has that, for example, is like the Anvil Hawk and stuff. I always love that, but I don't love how like delicate it looks. I love with Drake here. It's this big chunky thing that comes down. It's really cool. This thing's small. You can fit it anywhere. Got a number of really cool paints. I think CIG did good on the paints with the Pitbull. On the Ironclads, I'm a little 50-50 on it. But obviously we got the factory standard, good old Drake styling paint, black and yellow. They've got the hard strike paint, which is sort of the inverse. You can never go wrong for some reason with Drake when it comes to yellow and black. They have the bloodlet paint, which I thought was really, really cool. Red and black, but this, I'm always really iffy with CIG when they do red sometimes, because sometimes they do it too shiny and it looks kind of cheap. I love that this is just like flat.
The deep crimson.
Deep crimson. It looks a little higher end. The windshield paint, which is white with black highlights, matching one of the Ironclad paints. And then aquamarine, also matching one of the Ironclad paints. And this is the one that is exclusive to the Chairman's Club. Okay. Yeah.
Do you think they did that in nod to like the RSI, the Aurora Mark II style, that blue and yellow?
Could be.
I mean, they were playing with it and they were like, oh, we like this color. Let's put it on other things.
It is a good combo. It is a good color combo, to be totally fair. Ship is 5.93 meters long, both flight and landed form. The width is 6.13 in flight mode and 3.9 in landed. It's important because, again, ship very, very small. You can fit a number of these, obviously, in the Ironclad. You could probably fit a number of these in many ships, including in ships that have like ramp access sort of areas. So thank you for the Hydrate Pink Slime and the Stretch X Shoesies. Hopefully I said that right. Do appreciate that. I will crack the back and have a little sip. Guns, 4 size 1s and 2 size 2s. And it has 6 size 1 missiles. It has 6 size 1 missiles. I'm gonna hand it over to you guys. What do you think of the Drake Pitbull?
Once the game goes live, I think I'll have one of these stuffed wherever I've got a grid that can lock it down, fold up the wings, keep it as like the snappy, little bit offensive capabilities, go everywhere shuttle.
Yeah.
I think I'll have them almost everywhere, whether it's a Drake ship or not, because yeah, it's just very functional. Right now, dang, I don't really need a go everywhere shuttle that bad. Where the game's at right now. But
yeah, you know, one thing I think about that, you talk about sort of go everywhere shuttle. One thing I do think about with little tiny ships like this, though, that is kind of nice is, and it almost makes me wonder sometimes if CIG wouldn't create even something smaller than this that was like a little pod you get into with an engine, doesn't really have any weapons or anything. Because I do think of this sometimes as like, okay, your friends are out in an Ironclad, but they're already sort of like out on the front doing whatever they're doing, and you're just going to meet up with them. Being able to take a little ship, currently what a lot of people do, especially if you're in anything of some size, you just sort of get out there, abandon your ship, EVA over. But if you have something really, really tiny like this, you could technically like squeeze it in, land it, you know, in on their pads or anywhere in their ship, even if they're already carrying something. Like, for example, if they're flying a Polaris, and let's say they've got a Sabre or something in the hangar, you could probably still squeeze this little guy in there, you know what I mean, and not like just abandon it into the void.
You might be able even to fit this in the cargo grid underneath the Polaris. In the actual,
possibly
cargo area.
Ruger Blood Moon says if it was a 2-seater, it would replace 85X. Oh, a 2-seater of this would have been cool. That would have been cool. Art, thoughts on the Pitbull?
It's an okay ship. I'm not overly excited about it.
Watch your mouth. Remember, you're on a STARJUMP stream now.
I'm already underpaid, so opinions are real. It's just, it's Drake's answer to the Fury.
Yeah.
I still think the Fury's better, unfortunately, with weapons and missiles and all that other stuff. No quantum drive. I don't, it's got to be tied to another ship unless you're just going to be hanging around a certain area.
Yeah.
Doing close things. Most, it would be a convenient way to get people off of my capital ship to the ground. If I needed to for an operation or something, if I'm flying around.
Oh, does it not have it doesn't have a quantum. You're right. Sorry, that just hit me.
No.
Yep, that doesn't have a quantum.
Yeah, so if I'm flying around and say I got guys that need to get that were Marines that died and they need to get back to the ground for something, and we don't have a dedicated transport to take them down, I may have a couple of these in there for them to hop in and get back down to the ground and get back to fighting. But other than that,
Yeah.
it's not on my list. It's not on my list this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, it's short. This is a little ship that's sort of on a leash. You know what I mean? I kind of put these little snubs, and I include the Fury in this as well. I kind of put them in 3 categories. Either you're just flying it to have fun one night because you're bored, which is totally fine. That's a fine reason to have a ship. The other reason is, like Art said, it's always attached to something. It's leashed up to a bigger ship, and it's there for those that need it if they need it. And then the other third primary reason I could see for this ship is in the future when we do have big, large, sprawling bases. It's probably a good little base patrol ship. You get in it, you can zoom around the base looking for any ne'er-do-wells trying to penetrate the fence line, and you're not, flying a full-on paladin or something. Just kind of a good little scout ship. So I don't know. Again, a lot of times these snubs are combat focused with the Fury in this. I would love to see snubs that are more focused on other things. For example, I really think, and I guess the Cutter Scout does this, but I would think even smaller than the Cutter Scout, something snub size that can be a scanning ship specifically to sort of track ahead and look for possible places to set up like a small homestead or something like that. Yes, I know we got the Terrapin, we've got the Cutter Scout, et cetera, like that, but like a little snub that can do that to a slightly lesser degree that can fit in almost anything would be cool. Again, just thinking to a future where you're flying a ship that you've got your little hover trolley, base builder cart, whatever they're calling that thing, and then you got one of these on board. You kind of got your little base building scout resource finder, you got your little base trolley, that you just something like little mineral scout. There you go, one Blismo. Something like that I think could be kind of cool. A snub that is literally just has a tractor beam on it to move stuff. We kind of have that with the MPUV tractor, of course, but even smaller form factor I think could be kind of cool. So yeah, price came out with a $50 war bond, and what is this thing on credit? $55 credit. So not, it's that age old thing. It's not super expensive, but you can also buy a full game for $50. So you gotta consider that. Nano Pudding, thanks for that $30 donation. Appreciate you.
So what this is, I thought it would be $10 less.
I don't disagree with that. I was thinking originally 45, but I could see even a $40 war bond for this feeling more fair. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, do you want to pay $10 more to be flying Drake? Most people would, because it's the best manufacturer, but I can see, it's a little pricey. But yeah, I mean, I think they sold a ton of these, I think, probably. At the very least, it's probably a good, people are going to buy this purely for the fact that it can sit in a lot of things. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just that
fact
every
alone.
Assault
Owner bought 8 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
The opening cutscene.
Few follows, by the way: 64-bit Gunslinger, Ion Tracker, Fos Abaddon, C2 Atmos, The Stig, Shuzi, Detective Core, Kalishnikov, hopefully I said that right, Net the Gamer, Wick 0187, LX, Johnny Night Owl, Brucey, Warlin, Crew in Tustgris. God, hopefully I got that right. Thank you for those follows. I do appreciate all of you. We are killing it on followers tonight. My goodness. Up to 8,772 followers. I do appreciate it on Twitch and YouTube, doing great as well. We're up to 17,300 something subscribers, which is really great. Do appreciate the support, everyone. That is the Pitbull. I like it. Next, let's talk about the big bad of this event, and that is the Ironclad and Ironclad Assault. So we've been talking about the Ironclad. I don't think we need to break down every little factoid about this ship, but I guess I'll just open it up to you guys first. But before I do that, let's go through just a few specifics here. Ironclad base is 120 meters long, so it stayed at its length. I know a lot of people were thinking it would grow. It stayed at the length, 120 meters. I think that was directly because Gavin Rothery, the designer, kept it. It's a very new concept. So, crew, the Ironclad is listed as a crew of 7, the Assault a crew of 9. That's interesting. I'm going to get to that in a minute, and there's something kind of scary about that. I'm going to talk about that. Width 52 meters, height 20 meters. Ironclad carries 2,204 SCU of cargo. Extremely impressive cargo capabilities in the Ironclad for a 120 meter long ship to carry that much cargo internally, no less. And then the the Assault, no slouch at 1,440 SCU of cargo. Now, going through some of the paints here, this is the base Ironclad paint, the factory standard Ironclad paint. The Ironclad Assault base paint is the best paint on offer, obviously. It looks really, really cool. We've seen those before. Windshield paint is sort of the white one. Haven't seen this one in game yet, but it is one of the ones I picked up just because I thought the high contrast white with Drake stylings was kind of interesting. Commando. I didn't think this one was wild enough. I like where they're going with this, but I think I want it to be a little bit like leaning into what they're trying to do here a little bit more aggressive with the color contrast. I think would have been cool. But it's essentially green with yellow highlights. Sediment, robust shades of brown. I've mentioned to people before that I don't like these sort of brown paints that CIG does for ships. I feel like they need to sort of blend. Maybe the browns tend to work best for me when they blend it with some sort of like unique camo pattern or something. So, but just the base brown, I don't know. It doesn't do much for me. And then the aquamarine, which is the metallic teal with yellow highlights, and that's the Chairman's Club one. It's got a little bit of shine to it too. I ended up getting the aquamarine and the windshield. Those were the only two that interested me for my Ironclads. Price of the Ironclads, before I get your guys' opinions on this stuff. They did go up a bit. The new war bond price for the base Ironclad is $525, which, to be totally fair, seems about on target for the amount of SCU that it carries. And then the Ironclad Assault war bond of $575, also going up a pretty good amount. I didn't see what's the standard. So, okay, the store credit version, $600 for the Ironclad base. That's a $75 boost on that. And then the Assault is $650. So there we go. What do you guys think of the Ironclads? Who wants to start?
Go ahead, Gircon.
One thing. Yeah, this is one thing I love it. I mean, in general, I think it's a great release of a new ship and a great release into an area where we kind of needed or we could use something that fit this niche. But this is the only variant where they turned out to perform completely different roles.
Yeah. They have enough differences that really altered. Well, that really separated them, obviously, in their roles. But if you were one of those people that were really on the fence about one over the other, there's really a lot of stuff to consider, because the Ironclad carries a really significant amount of cargo for its size, but the Assault is no slouch in cargo as well. 1,440 SCU of cargo is no slouch. And then it brings additional things to the party as well, but it has the disadvantage of a higher crew count, right? So there's a lot of it that goes into that. But I found that the Ironclad versus any other ship, I've probably heard the most people really struggling over which one to get. You know what I mean? And funny enough, I think originally it was going to be the base Ironclad that people were going for. I think most people now are interested in the Assault. You know what I mean? Just because of its SCU capacity, it really puts it on par where you're sort of, or into that place where you're sort of getting the best of both worlds. Yeah. Art.
Yeah, I was surprised. I don't think I, to that point, I don't know of anybody actually who kept the Ironclad. Almost everyone that I know of went up to the assault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Art, thoughts on the Ironclad?
I like them. I think it's something that was needed to kind of fill in a gap between, exposed cargo and non-exposed cargo. It's a really good option. I think they added some new tech in there with the command module. Obviously, that was a really great addition.
Excited to see where that tech goes.
Agreed. I've got issues with the, how squishy the command module was in testing. I hope that they
Very
fix that a
squishy.
little bit. If not, honestly, and it's one of those things that it's going to constantly be getting hit, and there's no other assurances of protections. I think we're going to see a lot of people trading this in for something later, maybe the rail-in, maybe something else. But I guess I'm a little. Go ahead.
Real quick, I was going to ask you if you can go into this area as you finish up. But you said your corp was looking at the assault for some specific roles and some functions. Did that pan out for you? If you could talk about that, kind of as you.
We haven't been able to really get together to test it because the Ironclad kind of just dropped right before patch and it was really busted. It is something we're definitely looking at testing for a variety of options. One being a possible supply point during like TSGs and stuff like that, being able to jump away relatively close and resupply bigger ships like the Polaris, or maybe post TSG resupplying ships and then jumping to another one versus us all going back to a station, hitting things, resupplying, paying the cost, when we could just kind of do it quick, easy, and efficient and go. We've talked about maybe a fob kind of drop thing. I still want to see how high I can drop it before it goes boom.
I will say real quick, not to interrupt you, Art. Sandgroper posted in chat here, says the command module now inherits the Ironclad stats. So I guess that was a change. That was a so maybe it's not as squishy. Maybe.
As squishy. That's great.
As squishy. So hopefully.
So I like the design of the ship. I like what they kind of designed them for. I think it fits what the mission was for these. I'm still, until I get my hands on it and test it, I'm not going to be 100% sold on the ship yet.
Yeah.
I think it serves a purpose, but until I actually get to see in there and see what we can use it for and what we can use it in addition to what it's supposed to be used for, I don't know. The vertical torpedo tubes were also a great thing.
Really cool addition.
I really
surprising.
Really want to see that on some more ships.
Yeah. I'm pulling something from chat here.
The giveaway has not happened yet.
Yeah, no, it hasn't happened yet. Got about another 45 minutes. Real quick here, someone brought it up. Latassis Tio, hopefully I said the right, says, Grim, the only issue I have with the Ironclad Assault is having the cargo in front of the repair bay. And specifically, I'll say not the repair bay, but the repair areas on the floor. That'll make it harder essentially to do. I actually can agree with that. I almost wish the repair bays were on one side and the cargo was on the other side. You know what I mean? I do kind of agree with that just a little bit. I haven't tried it in like practice, but I could see that being something that would have been a nicer change to the ship. My thoughts on the Ironclad are, and I said this on last stream, and I am sticking by it. I really judge ships based on in two different ways. The first way I judge a ship is, did it go from concept to flight ready and stay true to the concept as much as possible? And are certain attributes to the ship well designed to perform its stated role? Okay, so specifically with the Ironclad, I gave it a 9 because I was like, it looks exactly like the concept, if not better. It's got all the things the concept said it was going to have. It got a few new things that the concept didn't list, okay, like the VLS system and all that stuff. talking about those features that tag into the role of the ship, I think that's for example, in the Ironclad base, the tractor beam placement is really, really good. So again, goes perfect for the role of the ship. So I felt very comfortable giving it a 9. I didn't give it a 10 because I do think the command module is, in my initial impression, was very squishy. I do want to see how it stacks up now after what Sandgroper said. But that's one way I judge ships. That's the early way. And that's a valid score I give that. I give them a 9 because I do think concept ships, when they reach flight ready, I do think they need to be what people paid money for. I think that is very important for the integrity of the game. The other way I judge ships is how do they actually play in the game we're playing? And that I don't know. I don't know with the Ironclad. It might take me 6 months before I know that answer. I don't know that answer. Ender Chernobog says CIG confirmed the fragileness of the command module is not intended behavior. Okay. So yeah, I just, that's how I look at ships. For me, it's never just like, oh, I like it or I don't like it. I always have an initial gut reaction thing, and my initial gut reaction for the Ironclad and the Assault are really high. I think CIG freaking nailed it. Not perfect ships, no ship is, but really nailed it. How it performs in game though, we'll have to see. I'll give you an example of a ship that had a very different score. Okay, from initial to after I tested it for a while, and that was a Starlancer Max. I gave that ship 9s across the board on first impressions, design, all that kind of stuff. I loved the ventral cargo storage and the back cargo storage. I loved all that stuff. Got a 9. Then boom, I used it heavily in Supply or Die. And I found all kinds of problems with it. Okay. So, and then that was one of those situations where I was like, oh shit, okay, I got a 9 on my initial score. Now it's getting more like a 6, right? Or even a 5. And that's where it can go wrong. With the Ironclad, and just gonna have to see. Hell, for all I know, the command module could just turn into a giant Achilles heel for this ship that it cannot escape from. And I'm not just talking about the squishiness of it. Maybe they've solved that. I'm just talking about the feature tech. Remember, you disconnect from this ship once and you want to reconnect and that feature tech don't work, you're screwed, right? So we'll have to see. But my initial impressions, very, very good.
Yeah, you might end up flying back to port a lot later.
Yeah, you might. You very well might, and a lot slower because the command module doesn't have quantum, right? I don't think it has a QD. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you lose the big engines.
Yeah. I'll say this before we move on. You know, CIG really nailing the Drake look at scale again makes me more and more excited for the Kraken next year. Won't go too far down that road, but I would expect that they've worked on this. I would expect the Pitbull is not going to be the only Drake surprise. If you're a Drake fan out there, I would expect another Drake ship this year, or if not this year, definitely next year. Just with all the Drake work going on behind the scenes at that scale, I think you can expect some more Drake ships.
Wait, you said you expected a Drake ship next year?
Well, either beginning part of next year before the Kraken releases, or
okay, all right. I was like, wow, he's finally the beans have gotten to him. He's out of it.
Slowly,
it's the beans.
Losing my mind yet. Everyone, we got a great crowd tonight. 714 on Twitch and 203 on YouTube. Do appreciate it. I want to switch over here. Remind everybody, Ironclad giveaway is going on. Okay, if you want to get in on that, it is free to enter. Just go to the Gleam link that I'm posting right down in chat. We're going to do this drawing in just a little bit, in about 40 minutes. Okay, in about 40 minutes, we're going to do the drawing live on stream. For the Ironclad, it's through Gleam. I got to be careful because sometimes it does. I might have to do it off screen because it docks us sometimes. But I'll do the drawing and announce the winner live on stream tonight. That is for Drake Ironclad, 120 months insurance, badass ship. It's for the base, not the Assault. Don't get too excited. And then, of course, if you're just joining us or didn't know, we are doing St. Jude this year. St. Jude Play Live. GearCon, who is chatting with us here, has offered up all these amazing ships as raffles when you donate to St. Jude via our Tiltify link, which will pop up in chat momentarily, and or scanning the QR code in the lower part of your screen. By donating the amount you see on screen, you can select one of the raffles and get a ticket for that raffle. So, for example, tonight, May 14th, we're going to be raffling off 3 clippers. So we're going to put all the people who bought clippers in the random wheel of names. We're going to spin it 3 times. So 3 clippers will go out to winners tonight. If for a $40 donation, you can get a ticket to a Tiburon raffle we're going to do on May 20th. $35 donation will get you a ticket for an Ironclad Assault raffle we'll do on May 27th. And then on the 31st, $60 donation will get you a Polaris ticket, and a $100 donation will get you a Masters of Industry ticket. That Masters of Industry pack comes with a Pioneer, an Arastra, a Hull B, a Golem, a Vulture, a Mole, a Reclaimer, and a C2 Hercules. Yep, you heard it right. If you win the Masters of Industry raffle, you'll get all those ships. All of them in that list there. Pioneer, Arastra, Hull B, Golem, Vulture, Mole, Reclaimer, Hercules.
Can I get that in reverse?
No.
Can you do it backwards? On your head while eating a bean.
Yes. Do I need to? No, I could do the bean. Do we need to do bean? But everyone, give GearCon a big 07. He's here. He generously offered all this up, and it's really amazing. Do not forget the fine print, though, and I don't have the fine print up, but I can bring it up right here. Do you like to get that fine print listed out? Winners will be contacted via email within 5 days of the drawing. So all of you people that win clippers tonight, you will be notified by email within 5 days, okay? Winners will have 7 days from the time the notification email is sent to claim their prize. There's a bit of a confirmation thing that happens. Failure to claim the prize within the specified amount of time does give us the right to do a new drawing with a new winner if we do choose to do so. And again, once again, thank you, GearCon. All right. We've talked about the Ironclad. We've talked about the Pitbull. I think it was a great showing for Drake today. I think CIG, I haven't checked the funding chart. We're going to have to do that. But I think CIG made a good amount of money. Maybe someone can link me the funding chart. But next, I want to talk about Gray's Market. It was Gray's Market Day today. And this one was kind of interesting. They sold body kits. And a lot of them were War Bond. I think, were all of them War Bond, or just, I think one of them you could get with credit, right? Or were they all War Bond? Oh, damn it. They were all War Bond. They're all War Bond. They do look pretty cool. You can see them here. And essentially, these are cosmetic body kit elements for the Shiv. They come in sort of 3 different themes. You can mix and match them, so you can take the front pieces from one and the back pieces from another, all that kind of good stuff, and sort of modify the look of your Shiv. We do know that there's another Gray's Market ship coming soon called the Basher that'll be coming in July. So this graphic leaked out. I would assume the Basher is being built around that cosmetic sort of stuff as well. So very cool feature. We've only seen this feature really on Gray's Market ships, so maybe that's going to be a special thing for them. Don't know. But the big controversy with this is that it is War Bond only. So I'm going to open it up to you guys. What do you think of the War Bond only Shiv cosmetic pieces?
Well, you know, when I heard that the Shiv was getting the cosmetics, and we were briefly talking about it. You know what popped in my mind was the Reavers from Firefly. When you had mentioned the names of these kind of kits, I was like, we're going to get skulls and body parts scraped across our ship.
Yeah. We got the Slasher kit, the Lunatic kit, and the Bare Bones kit.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I felt when I see the images. I was like, yeah, that actually is pretty, minus the bodies, that tracks. I think it's another way to generate money. I don't think it doesn't harm nobody overall, except for the people that, get mad when they don't save the skin and then they lose it on scrap and all that other stuff. But, overall, I think it's a good way for them to generate extra income that is not an advantage. It's not a pay to win. It gives the players more customization, which is always a bonus outside of just the standard. Here's a paint, and you fly around until you see that paint like 6 or 7 times, and then you go, oh, this isn't as fun of a paint as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
or you get an exclusive paint. You have a really good boss who gives you an exclusive paint. And then in the next major mission they kick out a paint that's very similar to it, just a different pattern.
Damn Thundercloud paint.
Yeah, Thundercloud paint. I was very excited to have it, and then they came out with the next mission and they gave it that digi pattern, and I was like, this is exactly the same thing.
Yeah, they messed that up bad.
I want this for more ships. I think this is a good opportunity. I think it's a good skill for the teams to work on.
Yeah.
And I want this for more ships.
Thank you for the follows, everyone. Do appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting little details different about this. Like even like the outside cowlings for the engines, they're different across all of them, which is really, really neat. They got like different front nacelle things that are different. They've got different sort of spoiler back ends that are kind of fun. So it's going to be kind of cool to see some of these mixed and matched as well. And I think they're only like one color because they're all kind of, if you look, they're all kind of like just gray metal colors, but it'll be interesting to see how they play against different Shiv paint jobs as well. I think they'll take on even different looks. So, yeah, I mean, I hope that in the future, and I don't think CIG needs to do this to all ships. I don't think this needs to be like a systemic thing throughout, but I do think that there could be some manufacturer. So I think Gray's Market could be all about sort of ragtag customizations. And I think there could be some select ships that you can take to Cousin Crow's and get specific things done. And maybe it's through Cousin Crow's rep that you earn, but maybe it's a few Drake ships, a few Aegis ships or whatever that Cousin Crow's services. I don't think they need to service the entire line of ships, but like maybe it's 2 Drake ships, an Aegis ship, just a few and CIG can just slowly add ships over time. But I think that could be really cool in the future, just to add little cosmetic things. And like you said, Art, maybe this is them trying that and sort of working that tech out, which I think is pretty exciting. Anything else? What about the? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Art or Gear.
No, yeah. Looking at this and touching on the war bond only, I would have liked to see them a little bit cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
The $10 or $9 range. If it was just, no, this is money, for cash only.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, we're flying in the face of everything, no matter what, is going to be available in-game money, right? Long-standing, statement from the CIG, but then all of a sudden this. So I would have liked to have seen it just a little bit cheaper, a little bit easier for anyone to kind of, step into or get. But yeah, I mean, the war bond only is an interesting aspect, and how is that going to grow? I think it's going to be more palatable if it's a little bit less. If it's for obvious reasons, but I think it is going to grow because we've seen it growing. Right, it's been behind the scenes, but there's been more and more things show up as war bond, and then more and more things are. They're available longer as war bond, than as credit, and so I think we're going to see more of it.
Here's the thing: is it took a lot of time for them to make these. I would assume. I mean, there's some detail work there. There, people, have to get paid for the work they put in. I don't see the price being too terrible, and I see these actually turning into blueprints later on with progression through maybe a new NPC mission giver or an old mission giver that's coming back that maybe kind of leans towards the not so legal type. I could see these coming in as a blueprint for crafting.
Yeah, source to introduce them. Yeah,
I could see that. I mean,
I could.
This obviously, we got a $40 donation from Anonymous and a $5 donation from GLVD, $25 from Logos Prime, $5 from Shin. Appreciate that, everyone, for your generosity. A ton of followers coming in right now, by the way, everyone. It's out of control. I do appreciate it. 818 viewers on Twitch, which is amazing. 200 on YouTube. You guys are killing it. We have 1,000 people watching. That is amazing. It's probably the most that is the most I've ever had. So thank you for joining us tonight and talking. We're going to get to the giveaways very, very soon. Freaky Autumn, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Do appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, this sort of, this is the definition of cosmetic only, real money things. You know what I mean? So I'm fine with it being a war bond. It truly doesn't do anything to the ship from my understanding. So yeah. Let's see. Was Urkel in chat? I saw someone said at Urkel, hey dude, nice work. Urkel, if Urkel's, oh yeah, Urkel is in chat. Hope you're doing well, dude. Hola. Nice to see you. Yeah, I mean, I hope we see more of this. I assume that the other Grays Market ships are bringing this same functionality, to the table, this basher thing. I don't know if that basher, by the way, is that sort of Hornet style kit bash thing that we've seen in the Squadron 42 vertical slice, or if it's a completely new ship. I really hope it's a completely new ship. I think that'd be really cool. So I would imagine, though, if that's coming, then it's probably designed around some of this cosmetic stuff and could even launch bigger. I think the Shiv, they just sort of kind of shoehorned it in with pieces from Squadron. So, yeah, very exciting. It was kind of I said probably a year ago when CIG said that that DefenseCon was going to be bigger this year. One of the first things I said, $35 from Wesley, thank you very much. One of the first things I said was, oh man, I hope Gray's Market is invited to DefenseCon, because I think it'd be cool if Drake opened it up to some of those manufacturers that are like outside the mainstream. And obviously CIG went slightly different route where they definitely opened it up to sort of pretty much every manufacturer except for the UE Navy. Well, not even technically that, because the Perseus is on the show floor, but I do like that Grays is on the first day. I thought that was kind of a fun little nod that they sort of included them right on the same day as Drake, because they could have spread that out actually, and surprised me that they didn't, but they could have spread it out. Okay. I think we've talked about all the specific talking points, so we can move on over to questions, which I do think we have some questions.
I kind of went through, and as we were going through,
you already went through, didn't you?
Yeah, listen, I did what I can to
It
help you
began.
out.
Look at
You're
this guy.
welcome.
Wow.
I know. So ones are kind of like the ones that we should take first, twos, and then threes. Now you'll mess this up, and that's okay.
I'll mess it up because unless
because you always mess it up.
Yeah,
and it's always okay.
I know.
I'm just here to make your job a little easier.
Okay.
And then you make my job a lot harder. But
yeah, that's true.
okay.
That's true.
That's why we're friends.
So wait a minute. What does a one with a thumbs up mean?
So is there one with thumbs up?
Yeah.
And Grim, you said you were gonna do the giveaway. I just want to make sure if you were gonna do that at a certain time. I'm not sure.
The giveaway is going to be so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some questions. Then while we're running through some questions, I'm going to be closing the Clipper raffle pretty soon so that I can do the work behind the scenes to get that ready. And then we'll do the Clipper raffle. And then after that, we will
get in on the Clippers, folks.
Yeah.
3 Clippers. We're drawing 3 names.
That's right.
So get in on the Clippers. I know it doesn't have a lot of functionality right now, but it'll grow into it.
I can tell you right now, the Ironclad giveaway ends at 10:45 Eastern, so there's only about 24 more minutes on that one to get on that one, because it ends automatically at 10:45. So, and then we'll do that, and that'll kind of wrap up the show. Yeah, go ahead.
So the thumbs up and the one just means it's either a repeat or something we've kind of already touched on and answered.
Okay.
I'm saying the actual number 1 on there. So you see where the 2 is, right?
I see where the 2, yeah.
There's another 2.
Oh,
if you scroll down, there's a 1.
I do see a 1. I do see a 1.
1, 2, 3,
Okay. This is going to go bad. This is going to go real bad.
It's so bad.
It's gonna go real
It's so bad. I know. If you start at the top and work your way down, I'm not going to be mad.
Okay.
I was just trying to organize it for
I'm going
you,
to try
but
to honor your work. I'm going to try to honor what you've done here because it's good stuff. Sorry, everyone. There's no tickets tonight. No tickets tonight.
No tickets.
No tickets tonight. I don't have I don't have anything I'm doing a giveaway in that regard. Sorry. It's the Ironclad giveaway you can get through the Gleam link. Okay, the Gleam link that Art just posted. That's how you get in on the giveaway tonight. Yeah. $25 from Recon03. Thank you very much, buddy. Okay. Citizen Joel says, question, is this the type of content we should expect in Squadron 42? And he was specifically referring to the Tactical Strike Group trailer. Real quick, by the way, we just passed 48,000. We're at 48,045. Thank you very much. Negal at another $25 donation. And Laura with a $25 donation. Thank you very much. We're ticking on up towards that $50,000 raised goal, everyone. It's incredible. I think the answer is yes. I mean, I think Squadron 40, if you watch that trailer, that Tactical Strike Group trailer, I mean, it definitely has the Squadron feels. You know what I mean? It's that high energy, I don't want to say arcadey, but kind of high energy arcade style action, dogfighting combat stuff that you don't see in Star Citizen. It's feels so different because it is different. And that's, I do think CIG is aiming for that with Squadron 42. So I think if you liked what you saw in that trailer, I think Squadron 42 is going to be appealing to you. $25 from Michael and $25 from Bash. Thank you very much, everyone. Getting in those Clipper giveaways Clipper tickets while you can. Remember, we're spinning the wheel 3 times on those bad boys. We got 3 Clippers to give away, courtesy of GearCon. All right. Getting to some other questions here. What other ones do we have?
I think it's your only one.
You just marked 1 for 1? Oh man.
Yeah.
You're
well, it was at the beginning. I was trying to keep it in
down.
sections.
No, your salary's going down. All right, we're going to start at the top because you got a 2 up there. Commander Schrodinger says, question, do you think the Kraken will be able to set prices for RMC, munitions, and fuel for any craft seeking RRR services? So I think the appropriate question there is, will all ships that offer those services be able to do that? And the answer is yes. CIG has confirmed that you will, and that's going to be sort of through a terminal that they add on those ships. They've talked about this terminal before with player-run stores. To get more specific with your question, though, if you're asking, will that feature be online by the time the Kraken comes out? I think it's possible. I don't know if that will be the case. It obviously requires a little bit of feature text. Some of that feature text may have already sort of been developed to some degree. Thank you for that subscribe, Nano Puddin. And Frederick Stark, thank you for that subscribe. I think, and Titan Killer with a subscription. Wow, thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. I think it's possible they could come out with it by the time the Kraken releases. It's 12 months away. 12 months worth of work, possibly some base building tier 0 stuff coming into the game. Who knows? Maybe not, but it's possible. Is it likely? No. Possible? Yes. Next question. This one's from the Texanzilla. Says, question, can you please do a look at the interior of the M80? Yeah, we could do that real quick. And actually, I was going to segue to that here in a minute anyway. And we do have this video, which I'm going to pull up, bear with me, of the M80. Very sleek little Origin ship here. I am going to play. I don't know what the audio is like here. I didn't record this, but I'm sure it will show the interior. Now, I'll use this opportunity, though, just to talk about the other ships we know we're getting. Posture check. Thank you. Just about the other ships we know coming during DefenseCon that are of some importance, obviously. The M80, the Starlight, and the Tiburon. And this is the M80. I mean, it looks really cool. Everyone I've talked to about this ship loves the look of it. I actually have not seen the interior until right this very second, so you're going to get my first impression when we watch this. So, okay, so it's got, what is this? A little cargo ramp? I don't understand what this is. Thank you for those subscriptions, by the way. I got some more subscriptions. Crazy. Thank you very much. On YouTube, appreciate that. Disparate Games, Lucas. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Thank you for the YouTube subs. components, ship's all gold standard. Here's the entry. I don't even know how you get into it. Okay, you come in. What is with this camera angle here? Xenon, is this you, buddy? It's probably Xenon. Okay. I get he's looking at the component. Yeah. Okay, and we're walking in. Holy moly, look at the interior of this thing. Oh my God. Yeah.
Whoa.
That is wild. That is wild. What do you guys think?
My initial impression of this was, so when does the disco club music start playing? Like it's just like very ravey.
The sparks do not help it, by the way.
No.
That color interior wall texture is interesting.
That is yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how this is funny. This is one of those ships where, remember I was talking about the Herald, where the exterior I hate, the interior I love. Here's the opposite. The exterior I love, the interior I don't want to say I hate it. It's just different. It is really different. And definitely
that color
origin.
The color wouldn't change necessarily with a color scheme unless it's different.
You mean with the different skin? You mean with a different skin? It's plausible. I don't know though. Do you think a different skin would change the interior look, Grim?
I doubt it. No, I mean we haven't seen that in any other ships, but there have been origin ships. Man, look at those big ass guns go in. That's crazy. But in the same regard, we've had origin ships sold where you can change the interior color. Now they haven't done that in a long time. I don't think they're going to do that for the M80s sell. But is it possible? Anything's possible. Yeah, that's crazy. This is one of those. This is an interesting ship. This is probably the one that I want, but am not going to pay money for. This is like an earning game for me all day long. I do like a lot of aspects of it. Don't love the interior, but I love a lot of the exterior aspects of it. It's just it's a definite purchase in game for me. This is one of those ships that I wouldn't mind putting in a little effort to try to get the credits for, or in the future when we can get the blueprints for these ships and stuff. This is the type of ship I would look to manufacture,
Well, the one thing I do like of this, and I would be curious to see how well it works, is the wheelbase as landing gear.
Yeah,
I could see this if this were to be able to, and it looks like it will, at least initially from what I'm seeing, fit in an Idris. This would be really nice to take off in an Idris versus playing the up-down game. Am I too high in the hangar? Am I too low in the hangar? This being able to sit there and just roll right off and get right to the end and then getting out, it's going to look cool if it fits.
Yeah.
It depends on how high it sets up, I guess.
Yeah. I feel like this is going to be one of those kind of kitschy, you love it or hate it.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, it's definitely, what's interesting to me about it is, what does this maybe say about future origin ships? I mean, because think about it. One ship we know is getting an entire interior bit of essentially a rework on the interiors of 600i. Now, this is a very different ship than the 600i, but it's the same manufacturer. You do kind of wonder, but here's the thing. I gotta tell you, CIG can't mess up on the 600i interior. They're going to lose a lot of people if they do that. But yeah, I don't know if this interior design and color scheme is sort of because this is some sort of experimental project by Origin, which we saw that was in some of the branding, or if this is a design element that's going to be carried off into future Origin ships. We just don't know. I mean, you cannot argue at the exterior.
This is one of those. No. Your friend said only half of that mushroom.
Right.
Come on, man.
Yeah, very, very cool ship from that regard. A couple other things I can show. Again, we won't go deep into these ships, but there was some additional video of the laser beam and effects on the Tiburon, another ship that we'll deep dive on Aegis Day, which is next Wednesday. Really, really cool. I don't know if any of you got a chance to see the Tiburon on the show floor. It's real sexy. It's real sexy. The exterior is nice.
This is going to be this will be my pickup this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
With credit, I'm not going to put new money into it, but with credit, this will be my pickup this year.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the beam hitting a fully shielded up Perseus. Yeah, this is a monster. I did go through the interior. It's pretty much exactly the Hammerhead interior. The only difference is some of those nacelles that go out the side don't go out the side anymore. They just they have a wall right there in the end, sort of a remote turret of thing.
And I'm curious if anybody in the chat did anybody time how long that laser fires for before it requires a reset if it overheats? Just out of curiosity.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't. So I'm not sure if anyone else. It looks to be pilot controlled though.
Yeah, and this was the kind of the same as the Idris. Just fire it all you want. Just mash the key. It just fires as long as you shoot it. From what 14
seconds. See, I knew somebody would know. 14 seconds.
Someone. Thank you, North. Yeah, I mean, look, I've been. Damn, that Perseus is pretty damaged. I'll say this.
It's just an immediate refire, right?
Yeah.
After cooldown, yes.
Yeah, after cooldown. Oh yeah, if you hit the limit, yeah. I don't know how I feel about it being a size 10 laser. I feel like it needs to be a size 9 to keep the Idris special, but maybe I'm not thinking of this in the same way CIG is thinking of it. And yeah, no, I guess I'm surprised. I really felt like it was going to be a size 9 laser.
I'm confused about it being a 10.
Yeah.
I
think this ship's going to be expensive.
Also a 10.
Yeah, I do think this ship's going to be pretty pricey for those that are interested in it. Another video I can share, since we're kind of going through some of these ships that we're going to see very soon. Obviously, the Starlight, for showing the weapons firing on it, cockpit view here. What else we got? I think it's just, here we go. Some exterior stuff. I checked it out in game. I gave this ship a lot of shit when they released the image of it, because the image was just taken from this perfect angle where it just did not look attractive to me whatsoever. But I did check it out in game, and I'll say it looks a lot better in game. I don't know what it is, just about the angles and stuff. It does look a lot better in game. I am someone who does sort of like to have a good wide cross section of industrial ships, and I don't own a Starfarer, never have, but if I was going to get a refueler, I could see getting this. I think I still would prefer an Argo or Drake refueler, but in game, I will say this does not look near as bad as I thought it was going to look. I think there's an interior video here. Again, we will deep dive these in more detail on those respective days on MISC and Aegis and Origin Day. So, but it's got a nice little interior for its size. It's got everything you would expect. It's a pretty nice little compact ship. It's another one of those ships that it impresses you what CIG can do with a small amount of room. So no real complaints. I mean, I think if you want a small little refueler, you want to be that sort of fuel rat. This is a great ship to do that with. So no complaints. I'm interested to see where this ship comes from a cost perspective, though. Forget what the Starfarer is, but the big issue with the Starfarer, it's always sort of gate kept refueling gameplay behind, whatever the price wall is, $300 or whatever for the Starfarer. So refueling gameplay has always been sort of behind that wall. With this being a lot cheaper, it's going to open that up to a lot more players. So ultimately, I think that's good. And I assume they consider this the refueling advanced starter, maybe, because I could see a smaller refueler coming that's like, considered the starter. So I'm anticipating this being like $110 or something, to be totally honest with you. Would you guys agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's interesting about this is I'm not sure exactly where it's going to fit in, right? Because with the Gemini, you're right. We have the harvesting of gas, we have the potential refining, and then sticking it in the tank and getting it to someone. So there's those three phases, and so when you look at some of these smaller ships, are they going to play a role in all three areas, or are they going to start segmenting it?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have a scoop, it doesn't have refining, it just has a tank, or does it have all three?
Yeah, big good question. There you go.
Is this where I send you the meme? I'm tired of this, Grandpa, and you tell me that's too dang bad.
Yes, that's too
okay.
Here's what we're going to do. I need to prep the Clipper giveaway. I'm going to end the Clipper one here in just a minute. Feldon, thank you for that $25 donation. So if you want to get a Clipper ticket, now is your last chance. You have about 2 or 3 more minutes to get your donation in, okay? Because I do need to close it and I do need to set it up, okay? So we're going to do a bean. You have a couple more minutes to get that in, and then I'm going to close the Clipper giveaway, and I'm going to start prepping that. You also only have about 7 more minutes or so to get in on the Ironclad giveaway, okay? So we're going to bean it up, everybody. We're going to bean it up. Here we go. All right.
They're both black.
Ooh. So wait a minute. Are we double barreling it or one?
No. I just got 2 because it did it.
I did get the black one as well, which is either burnt rubber or licorice. Some people don't like licorice, so it's always bad.
It's all bad.
It's all bad for him. Bottoms up, everyone. You've been amazing with your donations tonight. $48,145 raised so far for April and May. You're amazing. Community, give yourself an 07. Bottoms up, Art.
Burnt rubber. Immediately burnt rubber.
Licorice.
Got it.
Yeah,
How?
licorice. This is good.
Licorice again. Wow.
How?
Very good. Very good.
Well, I don't know. For a while there, you had a really bad streak of the burnt rubber, Graham. So
I did. I've had my share of burnt rubber. By the way, everyone, if you've been watching and I've been drinking out of the Kraken Captain mug, every true Drake Kraken Captain owns one of these. If you want to get in on this, these are from the STARJUMP merch store. No, I do not use any CIG art assets or branding. Okay, just to be clear, if you want to go to the merch store, boom, it just popped up. Thank you, Art. I do have it as an exclamation merch as well. All right, hit a beam. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to close the Tiltify. Oh, nice, Richter. You just got in on it. Brett Lee, you as well. D. Nanner, thank you for those donations. Incredible. All right. Let me go to incentives. Oh, some more coming in. All right, I'm going to let it go for a minute. Some donations are coming in.
To be fair, I mean, Feathers McCall has a really good point that I didn't see you draw that on air. And the suspicion is that you have swapped it with a regular jelly bean, sir.
Oh, no, hey, that was a black one. That was a black one, I'm telling you. Oh, man. Oh, weird. That's Art, your eyes. Your face is blurry, but your eyes were in sharpness. That was so creepy. Art is a lizard person, everyone. Art's a lizard person. Buffalo Brotherhood, thank you for the subscription, buddy. Appreciate you. And also Tad Riggenbach, love that name. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Really appreciate it. Everyone, you've been amazing with the follows, the subscribes, the YouTube subscribes. Seriously killing it. Jumbach
900.
B, thank you very much.
You got 938 in Steam. In Steam. Wow, Twitch.
Yeah. Art's losing his mind.
Wow.
I'm normally in bed by now.
The Clipper draw.
Yes.
3
We're
Clippers.
Yes.
For just
that's right.
one raffle.
Right. That's right. Okay, everyone. We're going to go ahead and you got 4 more minutes on the Ironclad thing. We're going to take another few questions. I'm going to let Art you read out some questions. We're going to go through questions while I get the Clipper stuff set. So everyone, the Clipper one is going to end here momentarily. Do appreciate you all getting those, but it does take me a while to get these set up. So I want to be able to do it and do it proper. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the Clipper drawing. Thank you for getting in on it, everyone. We have a lot more raffles coming, though. You'll be able to get in on those if you miss out on this.
Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Really had a good Clipper push tonight, everyone. Very nice job. Okay. Art, hit us with some questions while I prepare the Clipper drawing, please. Thank you.
Okay. SPL 75 asked, the Ironclad Assault has 2 empty spaces in the crafting area. Any idea what they're for?
I thought they were components. I thought they were large components that just weren't in yet.
I thought we were going to go additional crafting, right? So like, I think, vehicle, and then maybe, crafting for weapons, maybe armor, vehicle parts, some crafting things, widgets that aren't fleshed out yet is my guess.
Yeah, possible.
My hope anyways.
Yeah.
Or they could just be big old, spots for storage cabinets.
Yeah, could be. I did notice those spots, but I was thinking they were components. So maybe I'm wrong though. Okay, everyone. I think we're ready to do the Clipper stuff. That was actually easier to set up than I thought. Sorry. Okay.
Right.
Switch over here, everyone. Now remember,
the Kraken just keep zooming across.
Yes, I've got everyone's name in there who purchased a Drake Clipper ticket. If you see your name in there more than once, it's because you bought more than one ticket. Now, here's how it works. We are going to spin the wheel, okay? Let's say you're one of the 2 people that have multiple tickets. If you win one, we're going to remove 1 instance of your name. So you still have a chance to win a second one. That is how we do it, because that is how much money you donated towards that raffle and towards the charity, okay? Just to be very, very clear. Once again, these clippers were donated. I'm sorry, Gear, I'm on the wrong window, but there we go. These clippers were donated for this raffle or by GearCon. So everyone, make sure you give them a shout out. These are clippers with how much insurance, Gear? Do we know?
All of them have LTI.
Oh, LTI. Fancy.
Yeah.
Fancy.
One of them might have 10 years, but I think they're all LTI.
All right. Here we go, everyone. We're going to spin for the first one. We're going to congratulate that person. And we're going to spin for the second one. And there we go. Okay. And yes, as Altzilla SC said, wow, those are good odds. And remember, a lot of our raffles are like this. Even the Masters of Industry, which have sold the most tickets, your odds are still pretty darn good. That's why I'm saying get in on those donations. You have a really good chance of winning. Okay. All right, everybody, we're going to spin. This is for Clipper number 1, Drake Clipper number 1. Spinning in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good luck. Who's it going to be? Who's it? Locupus. Locupus, congratulations. Grabbing your name there. Congratulations, you have won a Drake
Saw
Clipper.
you there, Texas Horny Toad, almost getting again.
Almost. Texas Horny Toad won a ship. What didn't he? What did he won?
Yeah, he won a
Starlancer Attack.
One of the Squadron 42 packs.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, congratulations, Locupus. I removed your name because that was your entry for that. And here we go. Going to spin in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good luck. Clipper number 2, everyone. Clipper number 2. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Etho 54-4. Okay. And I'm going to remove that instance. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all these names. I'm going to grab them all. We're going to do a hard refresh of this. There we go. Oh, and all the names are there. That's great. Okay. I'm going to spin. Congratulations, Etho. Thank you very much. Etho has been donating to several different raffles, so do appreciate that, Etho. You've been awesome during this St. Jude campaign, so thank you very much. All right, going to spin for our final clipper. Everyone, once again, give GearCon, who's right down there, a big 07 for all these clippers. Fun ship, very fun ship. Spinning in 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1.
This ship will come into its own. I just know it will.
It will. Once it gets its crafty, man, it's a nice little thing. Outback Baron, congratulations. Those are our 3 winners, everyone. Outback Baron, Etho, and Locupus all walking away with Jacques Clippers.
Hey. And Grim, there's a bunch of questions in chat asking about how they get in on the raffles. And
well, I can easily answer that. If you want to get in on the raffles, we have a number that are still going on right now. Obviously, we did the Corsairs last week. We did the Clippers tonight, as you see, May 14th. Our next raffle will be for the Tiburon on May 20th. Okay, I need to replace that picture. We know what the Tiburon looks like now. So Tiburon on May 20th, that is a $40 donation to St. Jude via our Tiltify link, which Stream Elements just posted right there in chat, or you can scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Okay, May 27th, $35 donation to get an Ironclad Assault ticket. May 31st, $60 donation to get a Polaris ticket. And May 31st, a $100 donation gets you a Masters of Industry ticket, which gives you if you win the Masters of Industry raffle, which is, your odds are good, you will win a Pioneer, an Arastra, a Hull B, a Golem, a Vulture, a Mole, a Reclaimer, and a Hercules C2. You'll get all of those. Okay. All right. Who won the Ironclad? Weapon Buddy is asking. Well, we haven't done it yet. We're about to do it. We're about to do the Ironclad giveaway. Hopefully you all entered. Okay, because the giveaway has ended 2 minutes ago. So we're going to have to do that.
And this is the Fatapillar.
This is the Fatapillar, not the Iron Chad. Not the Iron Chad, everyone. Okay, but while I get that ready, Art, would you fire off a few questions, buddy?
I literally just closed that tab too, because I was like, okay, we're good. We're
sorry.
all right.
$80 from Crash Moto just came in towards the Tiburon. Thank you very much, Crash. Appreciate you.
Congrats to the winners of those Clippers.
Yeah, congratulations. That is awesome.
So here's one from Riggsy. Question: don't you think selling performance-enhancing items in a game that markets itself as a player-driven universe is fundamentally contradictory? It undermines the promise of fairness, progression, and emerging gameplay, and it signals that the wallet, not the pilot, is the deciding factor. And once a studio crosses that line, players know it rarely stops at one item. It becomes a business model.
For selling what again? What was that first part?
Selling performance-enhancing items in the game.
Exit Uskane, thank you for that subscription. And Fiddler 15, thank you for subscribing as well. I think for me, I go back to that thing I said earlier, which is, what is your definition of winning? For example, with the flight blades, if your definition of winning is flying a clipper faster than another clipper, then the blades kind of are pay to win, if that is your definition of winning, right? I do think, thank you, we just hit a hype train level 2 achieved. I do think, though, that the goal of Star Citizen, I from what I can see in the game design, I don't see a path to winning. There's just a bunch of experiences you can do. Nimbus Streaming, thank you for subscribing, appreciate that. So Danger Hobo says, of course Grim is pro pay to win. Danger. I'm pro funding the game, and I would be very anti pay to win. I just don't think I mean, here's the thing. Even if I said, well, the blades are pay to win, or the weapon kits are pay to win, then by default, I have to say that buying ships is pay to win, because there's weapons on ships and I'm buying those weapons too. So if I, for example, if I buy a Kraken, well, if the goal is to carry ships, then I just won because I bought the biggest carrier that's currently coming to the game. There probably will be bigger ones, and then I'll no longer be winning, and then I'll have to pay again to win. So again, if that's what you consider winning, then sure, just pay to win. All in Star Citizen, absolutely. If the game is all about just playing and doing those roles and all that stuff, then having the biggest ship isn't pay to win, because maybe you don't want to carry ships around. Maybe your goal of winning is to own your own little store on the surface of Bloom, selling Ragnarok teeth or whatever it is you're going to do. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? So I guess it just sort of depends on what your definition is. So you're not wrong. I'm not wrong. I guess it's just subjective. So
I think we've been dealing with this question ever since, they opened up the some sort of a sale room for stuff after we went live after the crowdfunding, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's always been this pay to win, and I think it's there's going to be a flavor of that because we need money to make the game, and I think it's only going to be mitigated. And I think as long as it's and this is kind of where I like your argument, the performance enhancing, as long as those items that are available for cash are also available in the game via some in-game mechanic if you want to play hard, right, or play more, then you can get the same advantage or whatever. Then I think the worry is mitigated, right? Because that person did pay to play, but somebody else played to get to that same level, that same advancement point, and now they're both even. And so
so far things like the blades and even the weapon kits, I mean, to me, I think they're like, it's like, I'm going to say the stupidest thing I probably ever said on stream. It's the Viagra of Star Citizen. I mean, it's going to give you benefits for sure in some things, but then there's probably some negatives that come right along with it. You know what I mean? So far, I haven't seen anything in terms of the weapon kits and blades that is any more egregious than buying of the ships, I guess. You know what I mean? Is my only argument. So yeah, let's do another. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, that's the other thing too, is that with this is, you have people that can't play 60, 80, 100 hours a week that have other requirements and hey, if they work a lot and have the money to spend it.
Yeah.
If you're not going to pay it here, you're going to pay it elsewhere.
Yeah.
Let them pay for it.
Sir Whipping Tono with a $40 donation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. $100 from Cov Fifi towards the Master of Industry pack. Everyone, we're at 48,500. I think that means we've raised something like $3,500 tonight or so. That's amazing. Thank you very much, everyone. You're incredible. Let's take 2 more questions, and then we're going to do the Ironclad giveaway. Someone's walking home with an Ironclad. Art, pick 2 questions that you want us to answer, and then we'll do the Ironclad giveaway.
Okay. This is from Hudson Hawk, Mr. Grimm, as always. Are the Tiburon and the Perseus considered ships of the same class, as I understand it, and therefore expected to be similar in price range? However, from what it looks like, the Tiburon has significantly more firepower and is already regarded as a capital ship hunter. It almost feels like the Perseus is losing its position. So what role actually is meant? What role is it actually meant to fill in comparison? Now, I don't know if he's referring to the Tiburon or if he's referring to the Perseus per se.
Well, I mean, I think it's a good question. I mean, I'm starting to lean to this idea that I kind of do think the Tiburon punches up a bit, where the Perseus does as well, but I think the Perseus might have to work for it a little harder than the Tiburon. And what I mean by that, and again, I don't know, I haven't tested these, so and honestly, Art, I'd probably lean towards your opinion on this more than mine, but like the Tiburon has a dangerous weapon. Now, to be fair, there's been times where lasers are not doing great, but the Tiburon has a dangerous weapon that is pilot controlled in what's going to be a pretty heavily armored package. right? The Perseus is on the same regime, but it requires a crew to implement those dangerous weapons. And its weapons are size 8, not size 10. Now it has more of them. So I think in terms of damage is going to be balanced out. And maybe the Perseus with a fully effective crew is putting out more damage. I could see that. But I think the Tiburon, from a crew standpoint, is the one that's sort of the up puncher of the two ships. But yeah, I don't know. Art, thoughts on that one?
Well, like I've said a few times before, Tiburon's a power creep. I think it'll be more of a glass cannon than the Perseus is. I think granted, I haven't looked in Urkel or tested it to see where all of the shields and the components and all that stuff kind of set at.
Yeah.
I do think from a fleet perspective, it'll be nice to have a pair of them. One of each. They will work together really well in concept.
Yeah.
At least initially, what I'm kind of thinking of in my head.
A lot of good points in chat too. Yeah.
I just fall back on they could have done better with a smaller laser, maybe smaller size guns on the sides, maybe 6s instead of 7s, just to make it not seem so much as a one-on-one comparison with the Perseus. And I think it would have fit better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're coming at it. The Perseus has got all this lore. It's a really great crafted ship that fits into a slot. It's got dual size 8, and each of those is a dual mount. So basically delivering a size 9, right? Because 4 times in the math geometry. So, but it's, they're the 2 different, mounts, and, has lore. We've got Bishop talking about it. It had a great spot in the game, both in kind of firepower, where we saw it lining in the lineup, and then the Tiburon kind of shows up just pooping all over a bunch of fields, and it's kind of weird. It's the Tiburon seems poorly thought out. It seems to be much more thought out by the sales guys, honestly. And
I can't wait to see this thing being tested in strike groups and other content. It's gonna be really, really interesting.
I hope the main gun gets corrected down.
There ain't no way. Now that they've sold it as 10,
yeah, I know.
How would they? There'd
but
be burning.
They do
stakes.
have those. Yeah. It's so maybe they bespoke it and do something weird.
Yeah.
The fire rate, the hamsters have got to be changed and ran around the deck.
It's going to be a crew dependent thing. I mean, again, I think a well crewed Perseus will outperform the Tiburon for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think the Tiburon is one of those ships that a single person can take it out, and they probably shouldn't. I get that, but a single person could take it out and probably have some effect on the battle at hand, at least for a time until it's taken out. Where a Perseus just going out with its pilot is not going to have the same effect. It's a crew thing.
Yeah.
Very well crewed Perseus, though, I think still very, very effective. So, yeah.
Your last question, and this is a very Drake question for you.
Good.
Do you think PIG missed an opportunity to have the Drake ship commercials playing on the TV in the Ironclad's crew quarters? And that's from Cynic Fenrir.
Ask the question one more time.
Do you think PIG missed an opportunity to have all of the Drake ship commercials playing on the TV in the Ironclad's crew quarters?
They did miss that opportunity. I think the bigger missed opportunity, though, was how cool would it have been, and they could have showed it in silhouette and not even really it could have been kind of in an unfinished state. But tell me how cool it would have been is if that last scene where we see Andon Arden standing on the facade of the Bevic Convention Center, what if when it was up close and it pulled back, he was on the deck of the Kraken and it was flying above the Bevic Convention? I'm just saying.
The hopium is real with you. It really is.
The hopium is real with me. That would have been more epic. But yes, I think it was possibly a missed opportunity. Wow, we've had a great turnout tonight. We're about to do the Ironclad giveaway, everyone. We've had a fantastic turnout tonight. Blown away. We have hit 4 hours, by the way. We're at 4 hours and 6 minutes. So if you started watching from the get-go, you've got your Twitch drop. You got your Twitch drop already. And if you came in halfway through, then there's many of other Star Citizen streamers that are ready to facilitate that. And we'll do that here in a minute when we're ready.
What I thought was going to be happening was in the ships on the floor, Drake was going to have Drake ads playing.
Yeah, I mean they do have lots of Drake art poster stuff up. That's for sure.
Like if you go into the Aegis ship, there'd be a Drake ad playing.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
I thought they were going to do it.
That would be really cool. $35 from Felden. Thank you very much. Okay, I think I can hide the winner details and do this. I'm not sure because last time I did it, I messed up. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the drawing and then I will see if it hides the details and I'll be able to show it. But Gleam will automatically email the winner anyway, so there's no funny business. It's how Gleam works. So here we go. I'm going to draw the winner for the Drake Ironclad. Now, before I do that, let me explain how this works. Okay, let me explain how this works. If you win, I am going to contact you from the email in the Gleam entry. Okay, just like I do with the St. Jude raffles. You will have to confirm through that. You will have same fine print that the St. Jude's have. I have it on there in the Gleam. You will have, someone just rated it. Who rated us? Oh, Dad Bod Bard TV just rated with 4 viewers. Everyone let's give Dad Bard a little shout out. Boy, been working hard on the St. Jude front. Thank you very much, Dad Bard. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you. Everyone give Dad Bard a little 07. You will have 7 days to reply to my email. If you do not, let me be very clear. If you do not, I am going to re-roll this ship. Why? Because I want someone to enjoy it soon. I want someone to enjoy it now. So I'm going to give you 7 days, same as the St. Jude requirement, 7 days to, I can't talk anymore, 7 days to claim your prize. Okay? All right. Here we go. I'm going to draw the winner. I actually think I can do this.
1,000 viewers on Twitch.
Oh, amazing. That's amazing. You all are incredible. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. 1,000 viewers on Twitch, which is incredible.
That's your biggest show to date.
Biggest show to date. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, going to do the hiding the winter details. We'll see the words. Here we go. Actually, you know what? I'm nervous. I'm nervous about doxing people, so I'm going to pull it off. I'm going to hit the draw winner thing, and Gleam automatically emails the winner anyway, so I'm good. I don't want to draw people. Okay. Here we go. Good luck, everyone. Drawing the winner in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All bad.
Drawing. And give me the winner. Give me the winner. Okay. Let me see who the winner is. The winner is Darrow Morningstar. Darrow Morningstar. Congratulations. You won a Drake Ironclad. I'm going to give you, shoot you out an email today. I think I know this person actually. I'm going to give you an email. You will have 7 days to reply. If you don't reply in 7 days, it's not that I might redraw it. I will redraw it. Okay. So 7 days is the 20th from now. So if you do not, I'm going to send out the email to you tonight. If you do not hit me up by next Wednesday's stream, I'm re-rolling this bad boy. Okay. Okay. All right. We've had an incredible first day of DefenseCon. It's been absolutely crazy and insane. Do not forget, all of you that have donated towards St. Jude will automatically get put in the Galaxy raffle. Okay, so you don't need to do anything for that. I will put your names in there manually, so no need to worry about that. It's been a huge, just an absolutely crazy amount of people tonight. I appreciate it. I hope those of you that did come over are enjoying yourself and like this type of content, and you'll come back for more. I think I definitely love having you. So it's a good show. I'm going to send you over to someone who. What?
No. What was the next show?
Oh, the next show's Sunday. Sorry, the 17th Sunday, which is what is that? Is that Misc Day or is it Origin Day? The 17th, Origin Day. Oh yes, thank you. Sorry. So tomorrow, I will launch my next CIG giveaway, and it is for an Origin M80. I will launch that giveaway. It's free to enter. And I will give that away on Sunday, on Origin Day. So if you're wanting to get a chance on the M80, there's your chance. Okay, appreciate it. And it will be all about Origin. We'll talk all about the M80. Won't be going as long as we did tonight. This is the long one. It was all about Drake, so we're going to talk about it. Saturday, I was supposed to be on the Astropub show, but I can't because I am going out to dinner. So I'm going to give the boy a raid. And so if you go over there, please give Paul a little bit of that StarJump love. I do appreciate it, everyone. Thank you for donations tonight. You're amazing. I do appreciate you. Have a good rest of your week. Have a good Defense Con. Thank you very, very much. Salute to you all. We're going to kind of get this raid going. We're going to go over to the Astropub. I think many of you know and like Paul. Okay. I think Verashi, thank you for that $5 donation. Appreciate it. All right, everyone, sending you over to the Astropub. Have a good time. He just got done getting raided, so he's going to have to put on his helmet again.